might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning and revelation. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold. A reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning and revelation. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there. No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost.
Hello to everybody who's there, all 7 of you. How wonderful. And we have D Prophet in the house. He says, if you only have brothers, you've officially found Gnosis. So yeah, if you are able to, do come on here and click on the link. Today, I believe we're talking about toxicity in relationships. Be that familial, friendship, romantic relationships, working relationships, and yeah, we'll talk even about perhaps one's relationship with oneself, and just the shitty side of it all, and perhaps how it can be dealt with. So hopefully we'll get somewhere enlightening, inspiring, and we'll see where it takes us, you know. It would be good if you are around now to come on and say hello. Now is your moment. You can shine, and you can give us some notice as you do so. So the link is in the chat. Please do click on it, and it will magically bring you right here into the studio, and you will be live on the Finding Gnosis show. So you may or may not wish to do that, but I hope you will join us. Yeah, so we're already on show 2, right? Or is it show 3 of February? Oh, I think it's show 3 of February, so that's good. I mean, there's going to be 4 set shows each month, so you don't have to put up with the curriculum too much longer. I mean, there's only one more after this, and then the other ones, well, they'll be off the record. There'll be other items that we can discuss. So this one is just what was planned beforehand in the list that we put out just before New Year about the streams going forward. So this one is about toxic bonds in relationships, recognizing and breaking free from harmful relationships, how to spot if you are perhaps the toxic person, because that is something that we are sometimes. Sometimes we're the arsehole. So how do you know if you're the arsehole or if it's the other person, or perhaps you're both arseholes? And what can you do about it, if anything? What should you do about it? How do you let go? How do you heal? All these types of questions. I mean, we may or may not get anywhere. Well, we certainly won't get anywhere if nobody joins. But hopefully, we won't have to wait too much longer. It is perhaps the case that we're doing this too frequently. Perhaps, I don't know. What do you think, guys? Are we doing too many of these streams? I hope not. I hope that you're not overstimulated or bored from the streaming that we're doing. But we'll see how it goes. It's nice that we are gathering. It's nice that there are some regulars coming here, having their say, and hopefully we will grow and inspire each other to, you know, question what is going on, question ourselves, question others, question history, question the present, and think about the future, whilst not shying away too much, at least, from the grim, harsh truths of this reality. This realm that often is hellish, this realm that is often horrific for an individual, for a group of people, for sentient beings, for other animals, in this weird world where life eats life to survive, where everything must die, and where we exist within a entropic universe. Split Your Brains from Head says, "Oh no, I need a break from vegan gain streams sometimes." Okay, so we have a vegan gains fanboy in the house. Big up to vegan gains. And we have Adam Walker, who says, Adam Walker UK, who says, hello, looking forward to the discussion. Adam Walker UK has a really nice profile picture there. Looks like some mountainous region that he was in. Where is that picture from, Adam Walker? And guys, anybody here want to come on here? The link is in the chat here on YouTube. So please do come along and say hello, have your say. And we will get going. Because really and truly, it's nothing without other participants. Otherwise, it's just this vacuous moron, aka me, blowing hot air, and that's no fun at all. It's obviously a much better show if we have other people to talk to. At least I think so. I like to think so. Anyway, there's 12 of you there now. I mean, surely there's a good chance somebody will come along here. And by the way, we're live on Twitter now as well, so we've actually got 16 watching. Hello to all the new Twitter listeners, all 4 of you, fantabulous. And we have a reply here from Adam, who says it's Mount Rinjani in Indonesia. Wow, fantastic. Okay, Adam, if you'd like, you can come on here and talk to us. Toxic relationships. So I suppose we're in a bit of a toxic relationship here, aren't we? Because nobody's coming on here to say hello, and I'm kind of like real needy and asking you guys to come on here. So maybe it is a toxic relationship. Maybe I'm being too needy. I'm asking too much from my listeners here, and maybe they just don't want to contribute, and maybe that's okay. All right. So Adam says he's at work and he's about to mow a sports field in New Zealand, and he can only listen today. Adam Walker, so what is the UK in your name if you're in New Zealand? Are you from the UK originally and now you live in New Zealand? Is that it? I've never been to New Zealand. I've always wanted to go. Well, I still do. I used to admire the New Zealand rugby team when I was younger, and they were very inspirational. You know, I remember being very young and seeing Jonah Lomu, the beast that he was, running down the sideline and absolutely mowing in and running over people in the 1995 Rugby World Cup. But yeah, so right, who is there? I have been chatting to myself far too long. Nothing there, nothing new there then. And this is welcome if you've already joined us. This is the most unpopular show on the internet, but we're trying our best here. And Adam says he's from Blackburn originally in Lancashire. What made you move out to New Zealand then, Adam? And are you happy that you made the move? How long have you been there? Split Your Brains from Head says invite Noodles. I mean, anybody is here. You're all welcome. So everybody has been invited. The invitation has been sent to everybody. It's in the live chat here. So whoever's here can come on. No favoritism here. So I'm going to Okay, so Adam says he's temporarily working his slave job here so he can travel for 6 months. Are you a groundskeeper? Is that what you do, Adam? Groundskeeper. Sounds like you might be. Um, nice job, by the way, in fair weather at least. Satisfying. You know, you do your day's work and you can say, yeah, I actually did something beneficial. I actually made the place look nice. I made it useful. I cleaned it up and I tended to the garden. Um, okay. Well, look. Good luck with the ups and downs of your lawn mowing there, Adam. And I hope it looks nice. Maybe you'll be able to share a picture of it with us afterwards. What type of pitch is it, by the way? It says a sports field. Is it a generic sports field or is it like a rugby pitch or cricket pitch? What is it? Um, so yeah, we're just waiting really. It's a waiting game. This might be a very short and sweet stream tonight. It was and is meant to be about toxic bonds, recognizing and breaking free from harmful relationships. So if anybody here is in a harmful relationship or has ever been in a harmful relationship or who has ever observed a harmful relationship, feel free to comment in the comment section here on the live chat or come on here and have a little chat. Tell us about what you've learned from it. And I mean, it's not just the toxicity of the person that you're in the relationship with. It could have perhaps have been you. Maybe you were the arsehole. Maybe you were the person drinking or doing drugs too much. Maybe you were the one who was a cheater. Maybe you were the one who was reckless financially or something like that. Maybe you were the one with immature emotions that were like harmful to the peaceful ongoing nature of the relationship. Maybe you wrecked it. And do you regret that? What have you learned from being the toxic person? Are you more likely to be not toxic now, or perhaps you're shying away from relationships, from other people, because you don't want to hurt yourself and hurt others? Maybe you've developed some kind of philosophy that it's better to walk the path of life alone. Maybe there is no point in being in a relationship. Maybe relationships are in and of themselves toxic things to you. Maybe you don't like to be tied down, metaphorically at least, or literally, by another person. And maybe you just want to chill out by yourself, go monk mode, as they say these days, or nun mode, and just be happy in and of yourself. Maybe you've got a kind of Buddhist detachment to it all, where you think relationships just aren't worth the trouble. They always cause trouble and problems, and it's better to just keep away from them as much as possible. Um, but I suppose everybody has needs, at least most people have needs. So, how do you cater for your needs if you're shying away or avoiding relationships? What do you do? Um, so yeah, the link is in the live chat. We've got 8 people here now and 4 people on Twitter. Hello to the new Twitter people. Oh, sorry, it's called X now. Hello to all the X people. X people. What were you before? What are you now if you're X people? But yeah, so I'm nattering on, and I hate it actually. I hate nattering on by myself, believe it or not, in live circumstances at least. Um, I don't mind making meandering monologues on my video when I've thought deeply about something. But to be honest with you, I came on this stream tonight thinking that, you know, I'd just set it up and other people would come on and we'd have a little back and forth and see where it gets us. But as of yet, nothing, nada, nowhere. It could be a geographical thing, time zone thing. I do get a lot of people from the United States of America on here, so maybe it's a little bit early for them. Maybe they haven't finished work yet. Maybe they're still slaving away, and so yeah, it is. It is what it is. But if you're in Europe, I mean, it's not too bad. You can come on here. If you're in Australia or New Zealand or Japan, maybe you can come on here. I don't know what time it is in other parts of the world, but I presume a lot of the Asian countries are asleep now. Um, Africa is always welcome here, you know. So any Africans out there, always it would always be great to hear from the land we all came, or from the continent we all came from. Apparently, um, so yeah, please come on here and let us know. Have you ever been in a shit relationship with a shit person? Have you been the shit person? Have you fucked things up because of who you are, or have you like a tendency to be attracted to people who fuck you up in some way or other? Have you a tendency to be the person who fucks up other people, and yet you can't stop any of it? Are you a toxic person in your romantic relationships, in your friendships, in your working life? Are you a psychopath? Are you an antisocial person? Are you a narcissist? Or is the other person that or other people you tend to be attracted to or have been attracted to in the past have formed meaningful relationships, experiences that have an indented impression on your memory? Have they been narcissists, psychopaths, antisocial people, toxic people, people who have a negative effect on your well-being, perhaps ruined you in one way or another, ruined your outlook? Perhaps you've had to have therapy after your dealings with another human being because you entered into a relationship with them, and maybe they ruined your life somewhat or ruined your outlook, and maybe you're just putting the pieces back together. Maybe it's an ongoing effort. Maybe you'll never be the same again. But I do hope that you get to a better place. Perhaps it was a lesson. Perhaps it was something you needed to learn to be more realistic in your dealings with other human beings, to realize that it can be dangerous, and to spot the signs and symbols of toxicity in others and the red flags, what you should avoid, you know, what's important for you to consider, your perhaps fragility that is perhaps sometimes taken advantage of by others. Perhaps you're a very kind person and you find yourself to be too giving, perhaps. Perhaps you're too empathetic, and before you know it, some asshole is walking all over you, taking your kindness for a weakness, even though it's not. It's you trying to be as human as possible, as empathetic as possible, uh, and yet you find yourself being the doormat. You find yourself being the person who is abused psychologically, emotionally, uh, even perhaps physically, unfortunately, maybe financially manipulated, whatever it may be. Maybe you're treated extremely terribly. Maybe you find yourself constantly in a relationship with somebody who takes you for granted, who is very, maybe they're overbearing towards you. Maybe they don't consider your needs. Maybe it's all about them, 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 them. And maybe, just maybe, you can't say no to them. Why is that? Why are you putting yourself in that position? Why do you continue to be beholden to somebody that is bad for you? That is the question to consider. And how can you stop yourself from doing that in future? As I said, maybe you are the asshole. Maybe you're the person who's bad, and maybe you've got that little bit of empathy in you somewhere or somehow that is niggling away at your heartstrings and telling you to start behaving yourself, start treating others better. You know, stop being a hypocrite. Treat others as you'd like to be treated. The golden rule, as they call it. And perhaps you need to stop being the toxic person, the the gossiper, the person who is perhaps being entrusted with things and then, you know, talking malignantly about somebody behind their back. Maybe you've got these weird little mannerisms, these, you know, terrible ways that you know you would like to be on the receiving end of, and yet you do the same to others. Maybe you're the arsehole, and maybe you've got work to do on yourself. Uh, Before you comment on the assholery of other people. Maybe you have to do some deep diving into your own psychology, into your own psyche, into your own psyche. Maybe you have to face the monster within and tame it, perhaps, and you know, come out of your thoughts a better person who is at least not being a hypocrite, at least treating others in a way that you'd like to be treated, at least recognizing the inner, inner being in them. The person has a consciousness just like you, okay? And, you should therefore tread carefully on the grounds around other people and treat them well and treat them as best as you can. Yes, don't be an asshole unnecessarily. Don't hurt people unnecessarily. Um, just be a better person. Just be a better person. If that's possible, or are you fated to be an asshole? Are you just part of this deterministic universe? Like everything else, perhaps. Maybe you don't believe in free will. Maybe we're all doomed to be what we are and to experience what we will. And maybe we're just like particles flittering around, attracted and repelled by things, but none of it is within our choosing or ability to control. And that's why you find yourself continuously attracted to the same kind of asshole, the same type of fucker who's fucking you over, or perhaps you're continually in friendships with people who just are backbiters, jealous of you, envious of you, making snide remarks, perhaps even bullying you, perhaps, or maybe you're friends with people who bully other people, people who are very horrible about other people, and you don't perhaps agree with their morality or the way they talk about others, but yet you still have these people in your friendship circle. You're still friends with people you wouldn't want to be really on the receiving end of what they do and say. Are some of your friends assholes to other people? Are they toxic in general to other people other than you? That's another thing to consider. Do you ever think about the toxicity of your friends, your lovers, okay, and your family members outside of your relationship? Do you think about how your parents, your siblings, your children, your lover, your workmates, your friends, whoever? Do you think about how they act in society, how they act towards others? Does that disturb you? If they are, bullies, if they are psychopathic in some way, narcissistic or hurtful to other people, okay, other than you, does that not bother you? I mean, shouldn't you consider how the person you're in a relationship with behaves outside of your immediate one-to-one contact? Isn't it something that should be of consideration to you as a person, existing in a society where we're meant to be, caring and considerate of our fellow kind? I mean, what point is there in you moralizing and discussing politics and the stewardship of our nation or the world in general? What is the point of you pointing at corporate elites, celebrities, etc., if you can't even point at the people you love or the people you are in a relationship with and point out the folly of their ways, their assholery, when they're being a cunt? Okay, and they are being a cunt, I'm sure, in some way or other, if you analyze it. And should you pull them up on it? Should you pull them up on it? Should you say, hey, you, stop being a fucking cunt? Is that your job as a loved one? Do you have a job not only to yourself and your well-being? Do you have a job also to shape the outlook and behavior of the people you love so that they are becoming better people for themselves, for you, and for society as a whole? That's a good question to think about. Definitely parents have a huge responsibility in the shaping of their children, okay? But should you also think about your ongoing influence on others and how you're shaping their behavior and their thoughts, and whether it is a good thing to think about? Sorry, I'm rambling here. I'm just trying to keep things going. There's 11. There's 11 watching on YouTube, and there's about 4 or 5 on Twitter, or X as it's called now. No comments yet in the last while. D Prophet says that he misses Noodles. Did he die of malnutrition? No, he's alive and well, and he's doing extremely well. He's making a lot of music these days in the recording studio. Noodles is going to release some, big record soon, and I would say stay tuned. You know, the next big hit is coming out of Boston. So we got Seb here. Hello, Seb. How do you do, sir?
I do. That's how I do. What's up?
Oh, everything. Now, Seb, let's just talk today about toxic bonds. Okay, have you ever been in a toxic relationship?
No.
You've never been in a toxic relationship, not with a family member, a friend, or a lover.
Well, I guess so, but I'd rather keep my personal life out of it.
That's
Uh,
absolutely fine. I understand. Have you ever observed someone else in a toxic relationship?
Yes.
Oh, would you care to let us know what you observed and what it taught you, perhaps, what it made you think about, etc.? You have free reign to talk about it. Obviously, don't mention any names, don't mention any, personal details. They are human beings with a journey that we don't want to, negatively affect their learning to. But if you can, give us the gist of what you saw, what you learned from the observation.
Okay, I guess I should use an alias if that's fine. Can I use those aliases?
You can use that. Yes, use a fake name. Go ahead.
Okay. So, so there's this person who I'm a friend with. I'll just let's see an alias. I'll just call him Tom as an alias. Okay. And he was in a relationship with a woman.
Hmm.
And as an alias for the woman, I'll just use like bitch, right? I think that's
You might be accused of misogyny there, Seb. So we'll call Tom and we'll call the other lady. We'll call the lady Delilah. How about that? Sorry to any Delilahs out there. This conversation is just purely for learning purposes and is not
just
based on
the
anybody called
female
Delilah.
equivalent of
Go
asshole.
ahead.
Anyway, it's like they might as well be called assholes, I guess. Uh, that's when I use the word bitch. It's just like me calling them assholes. That's all.
Okay, well, go ahead and talk about Tom and Delilah.
Uh, Yeah, so Tom was in some sort of relationship with Delilah. Tom had anhedonia and he couldn't experience like a lot of pleasure. But then they met in some sort of bar. And despite Tom's severe lack of pleasure, he got some sort of attachment to Delilah. I was puzzled by this since usually strong bonds, strong attachments happens due to a lot of pleasure. But here Tom had almost no pleasure at all, and he still couldn't break up with Delilah. So he tried to break up with her several times, but there were some sort of addiction that pulled motivated Tom to go back to Delilah again. So it seemed like if I were to compare it to a drug, it would be a drug with no great high, but with a great withdrawal. So maybe like it's sort of similar to an antidepressant.
That's
Those
interesting.
give no relief, but with very great withdrawals. So anyway, is there a yeah? So I guess since you asked me if I've experienced that, like to know someone who were in a toxic relationship or something, here you go. That's my experience with it. But if I have something else to say about it, if it it is that it's sometimes a lot of desires one has. It's like shooting up one's veins, not with an opiate, but with water, just
Right.
just to have the fantasy of getting the fix. But
So
then
you
it
think so? Basically, Seb, you've said a hell of a lot there. And basically, you're saying that sometimes the relationships, is this your observation now or your experience? I think it was your observation. You said this person didn't really get a high from it, but they kind of got a neutral feeling from being in the relationship, even though the person was more or less toxic to them. Is that right?
yes,
And the only reason they were in the relationship was because it was some kind of addiction. So they were kind of felt compelled to be in the relationship. Now, what I didn't gather from it, I'm afraid, is that what exactly was the other person doing that was toxic?
playing with knives.
Playing with knives. Okay. I mean, that's not like, I mean, it depends. I mean, how often did they do that, Seb?
I don't know. Maybe like 3 times or something. I don't keep track on the numbers of people like playing with knives. Like
Okay, Seb. Well, thank
the
you for that anecdote.
profit.
I do appreciate it. And guys, if there's anybody else there in the chat that who wants to come on, the link is there,
Three
so you can come on.
track
And
times the profit played with
we
knives.
need a bit of chickpea in the house, don't we? Chickpea's here. Chickpea, come on here. The link is there. I'm going to share it again. We need you to come on and save the show, really, at this juncture, don't we, Seb?
Save the show.
Yeah,
There's the
we need more than me and you on it, basically, Seb.
danger of being
It's in danger of being derailed by just being a sausage fest. You know, just me and you on here and stumbling our way along. We need a feminine perspective on this because you know they are deemed. I don't know whether it's true or not, but they're deemed the more emotionally aware of the genders.
I am the
Oh,
most emotionally aware person in the world.
you're the most emotionally aware
There you
person
go.
in the world. How does that manifest itself then?
I'm going to assert my superiority as being the most emotionally aware person in the world.
Well, I tell you what, Seb. Whilst you're there, can you give your definition of toxicity, please? Now, this is the fundamental question that we haven't even got around. So
Uh,
let's get into some questions, Rory.
yeah,
You
so
know,
you
well, here we go. What are the key signs of a toxic relationship that we should be aware of?
well, I guess it's very simple. So if something is toxic, be it in like used in a metaphor way, like a toxic relationship or something that's a toxin to the body, it brings about a harm. So if something is a toxic relationship, then it brings about a harm in some way, and it could be for multiple reasons. So that's it.
First of all, you're saying it's something that brings harm. Okay, I think that's definitely something to add to the definition. Um, yeah, Chickpea says she hasn't got much to say. She's the only love she's ever truly has been the love for her cat. Sad but true. But yeah, Chickpea, it's not just about romantic love. This is about relationships with other human beings in general. When are they toxic, etc. And when aren't they toxic? How do you prevent them from being or becoming toxic? How do you leave them? Should you leave them, etc. etc. But yeah, so the first definition that we have is it's harmful. You know,
Uh,
Seb has pulled that out from his mind, and yeah. So I suppose what else can we say in terms of the harm? I mean, I suppose they're emotionally, mentally, and perhaps even physically draining. You know, I mean, when a relationship is toxic, it's harmful. I mean, there's going to be something. There's obviously going to be the harm, as you said, but the harm is going to come out emotionally, perhaps. Mentally, or even physically. So you're going to be perhaps manipulated to do something physically that you don't feel comfortable with, or perhaps you're going to be forced to do something too much. Uh, maybe it might be something as simple as chores around the house, or maybe you've been overburdened at work with a task that other people should be doing too, but you're being kind of forced to do it more than other people. You're not the team isn't sharing the workload fairly. But yeah, maybe in a romantic relationship, maybe you're being forced to do the chores, as I said. Maybe you're being forced to do the shopping or whatever it is. Or maybe in bed there's things that are going on that are a bit unsavory, and you're doing all the work, but you're not getting anything back. So yeah, maybe there's a physical element to it, but emotionally, I mean, if someone's making you feel depressed, angry, if someone is disappointing you all the time, okay, so if they're lying to you, or if they're making promises that they're continuously breaking, and there's no realistic element to it, so they know what they're doing is unreasonable, so they're saying, oh, I will change, for example, or I will do this, or I will do that, but they know that they don't really mean what they're saying, and that's causing a kind of emotional turmoil within you. So yeah, maybe there's an emotional element to the harm that's manifested in a toxic relationship. Well, there is definitely, I would say, an emotional element. Maybe there's an intellectual element as well. Maybe your thoughts go towards more negative things, more negative aspects of life, yourself, the other person, and maybe that in turn shapes your emotions, and your emotions shape your actions. So maybe you find it all falling apart. So maybe you when you're thinking about the relationship, you start feeling sad, and when you're feeling sad, you might do things that are bad for you physically. So you might eat too much, you might you know just not look after yourself as much, you might withdraw from friendships, or socializing. uh, you might really give yourself a hard time. So the possibilities are endless, in regards to how bad it can get with a toxic relationship. I mean, so many horrible things can happen. There's sexual abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, bullying, financial manipulation, um,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
oppression, control, and just
yeah,
living in fear as well. Living in fear. I mean, living in fear of what the other person's going to do or say next. Uh,
yet.
sorry, Seb, you did say something?
Oh, yeah, sorry for interrupting, but I felt like it was in moderation. I guess it should be appropriate. So even though these bad things tend to happen, it's common. Like every woman one has talked to has been abused in some sort of way, and despite all of this horror that's going on, the ideas about romantic relationships is cherished in holidays such as the Valentine's Day. It's romanticized in movies, and one is like pressured into seeking out this thing. But but when one goes out of the world to do it, one gets like fucked up. So it's a very ugly thing.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't ever really feel overly pressured to do anything, I suppose, if you don't want to. I mean, there are things that we don't want to do, but we do, uh, and we're pressurized to do them, perhaps. Like, for example, your loved one or somebody might say, "Oh, you know, get up out of bed and go to work." I mean, you don't want to do that, but it's in your best interest a lot of the time. So not everything that we're pressurized to do by people in a relationship is bad, but clearly there are some things that are bad, and those things, I suppose, are things that are going to cause you harm. But how do you define what is bad when someone's asking you to do something, Deb? And I gave the kind of, I suppose, trivial example of, someone telling you to get out of bed and go to work or go to the gym. I mean, those things are in your interest. But how do you define when someone's pressure on you is toxic?
Yeah, so it's toxic when it brings about uh, more harm that can't be outweighed by any benefits.
Would you care to elaborate and give examples?
Yeah, so in the example you just pointed out, if one goes to work, that's in one's best interest. So even if it causes pain, it overall causes less pain if the other person can go to work. So it doesn't cause a net. It overall causes a net reduction of suffering, despite initially it causing it despite initially it would cause more suffering in the short term. In the long,
Okay,
causes a net reduction in
right.
suffering. But
Thank
if I
you, Deb.
just hit someone for no good reason with a metal bat, obviously it would not be sensible. It
Of
would
course.
cause harm and it would be a bad thing.
Absolutely. Seb, sorry to butt in, but we have somebody else here, a newbie. Toxic boyfriend vibes. I think I can guess who this is. Is that you, Mr. Prophet?
Are you
No,
saying
it's
there's some other
Oh,
toxic boyfriend here? Is that what you're trying to say?
yeah, sorry. Somebody
Have
else,
you
but
been
it is
seeing other guys? Is
it,
that what you're saying?
D
Huh?
Prophet, D Prophet, please don't sue me for defamation.
it's
Slander there. I
and
mean, I mean,
uh,
uh, D Prophet, I take that back. Okay, I'm sure you're not a toxic boyfriend, but we
I
have a toxic boyfriend vibes
I
here. Toxic boyfriend vibes. Would you like to explain to us what are the key signs of a toxic relationship that we should be aware of? And you can
Yeah,
elaborate
I
on the
mean,
different kinds of relationships.
signs.
You can elaborate.
Yeah, signs include them setting you on fire, throwing you down the stairs, um, stealing your things. You know, um, trafficking
Now,
you in
now,
some
now,
way.
now,
If you've been,
now, now,
if
now,
you have a
now,
webcam
now, now.
business
I have to
and
mute this
this,
guy. Now, I've muted him because this is a very serious conversation here. Toxic boyfriend
it
vibes,
still
and
hasn't
you are. He is
I,
living up to his name. He's living up to his name. He's proving his toxicity by not taking this serious subject with the due, consideration it needs. So I would ask you to step back from that jovial nature that you're trying to imbue in this into this show at a time when it seems glib to do so. Toxic boyfriend vibes. Would you like to start your musings again?
sure, sure. I mean, I was joking around with the violence and
I know.
the Andrew Tate webcam trafficking thing, but you know, um, domestic violence is going to be, I think, the most serious thing that people immediately jump to, and unfortunately, they kind of think if there isn't physical violence, then there is an abuse. They kind of associate abuse with physicality and not with financial abuse or waking you out of your sleep repeatedly, or isolating you from your friends. There's books about this stuff called like coercive control. There's a few other books on domestic abuse that people could check out. But yeah, I mean, there's toxic is kind of a broad term. Toxic and abusive, I think, are not necessarily synonyms because yeah, there's just ignoring you isn't necessarily a form of abuse necessarily. Neglect is, might be a little bit toxic. So yeah, there's a lot of toxic things and traits out there. I don't know what the key signs would be necessarily.
Well, Seb brought up harm is one of the. There has to be a harm to somebody. Okay, and then I went on and said, the harm would be emotional or physical, and that's how it manifests. But what do you think? You mentioned domestic violence there. That's a very significant. I don't know the stats or the figures, but I know that it is a shockingly high amount of people, men and women, in relationships that where they are domestically abused by violence. But unfortunately, it's not only violence in those relationships, is it? I mean, it's that if someone's
No.
hitting you, there's going to be all other types of abuse, I would say,
Yeah.
as well. It's just that's the most, I suppose, shocking in terms of like it leaves a literal physical mark. It's like physically evident. But yeah, I think you're right to say like it's not the only, and it's very difficult to say that it's the worst, because sometimes the emotional can like someone. I'm not condoning it, but someone gets hit once, right, in their life, and that's terrible. Uh, that should never happen. But someone being emotionally abused, for a period of life could ruin their life. You can,
Oh yeah,
like
it
it's
can
like
be
it's
for
like that
years. Yeah.
sticks and stones can break my bones, but names, well, Actually, I think that names can hurt people. Like
Yeah.
things that people say to people can hurt them, and you know, yeah, I mean, people can be ruined by relationships, and I'd say, so many people in therapy, it's because of other humans, not because of themselves, it's because of their relationships with other humans. I suppose it is about them as well, because it's about how and why they walk through the world and put themselves in situations. And I think a lot of life is about becoming self-aware. You have to recognize your shortcomings. You have to recognize what's good and bad for you personally, and you have to kind of like become more in tune with what is necessary, going forth, and who you should be seeking out as friends, or partners, uh, and really question patterns of your own behavior. Like, why are you continuously getting involved with people who put you down or treat you like shit? you know. But so many people, do find themselves in a repetitive cycle of being with people, romantic partners, and even people called friends, who put them
And
down,
family,
treat them like shit.
co-workers.
Yeah, and family as well. Yeah, family. That's a very good point.
I mean, even
Sorry.
governments. Employers and governments as well.
I totally agree. I mean, I would say if you can at all, don't work for someone who treats you like shit,
Yeah.
emotionally. I said they can treat you like shit physically, because they can give you an unfair workload, as well.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. Make sure you're getting what you're worth financially. And I know it's very difficult to walk away from a job, though. That's the problem, because
Yeah.
we
Also,
need money.
yeah, oftentimes they're often just, other people are even worse. You're going from the frying pan into the fryer. People say, oh, why are you in that situation? It's like, well, what other options are there? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
It's
I
like,
can't just automatically pick the best possible type of employment, or the best possible type of relationship, or the best possible family, or the best possible government, or whatever. It's just not feasible to, you don't have a choice to choose all these things in the way some people make out.
That's a very interesting observation there, and it's a worrying one, because sometimes I've heard that expression, better the devil you know."
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what people say.
and sometimes, yeah, I've heard women saying that actually to each other about partners, like what, and they're like, "Oh, why don't you leave him?" And they're like, and then someone says, "Oh, better the devil you know," because if you leave one, you'll be with another one, and it'll be the same shit, because that, for whatever reason, that person attracts arseholes. And don't forget, I mean, we're all someone's arsehole, I suppose, in narratives
Yeah,
of life. I mean, we've all upset someone in some way or other, so we're all arseholes, I suppose, in some way or other. Just the gravity of our arseholery is different, I suppose, and some of us are more more assholery, more assholes, in how we hurt others. But so what can we say at this juncture? We said the key signs of toxic relationships are harm, and that harm is emotional or perhaps physical, although physical harm tends to include emotional harm because it's very upsetting to be physically abused. Obviously, in physical, we include being hit, but also sexual abuse as well. And we've also included manipulation, etc. So I suppose we can move on. We'll try and look at some other questions, see if anything comes up.
It's a little bit difficult because abuse is like culturally relative. Like what one
That's true.
culture considers abuse, another culture is like that's just normal. So it's an ever
That's very
evolving
true.
thing.
That's very true. Abuse is unfortunately sometimes culturally accepted. I mean, some cultures do things that I don't agree with, and I would view as forms of oppression and abuse, but they are wholeheartedly accepted within that society. And if you question anybody who you deem as being oppressed in those societies, they will oftentimes say you're being in some way phobic or racist of their
Yeah,
culture.
yeah.
So yeah, and oh, there's a noise there. I don't know what that was, but yeah,
Was
I
that
would
from me?
say I don't know what it was actually. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I would say that there's an element of Stockholm syndrome going on as well. So it's kind of what we're used to, what we grew up with, shapes our understanding of what is right and wrong, or our views of what is right and wrong, and what we'll accept. Chickpea, you'll have to disconnect and come back because you're not. It says your device is not connected. So, but we would love to have you on here. But yeah, that is a very good point. Green flag of vibes. Sorry, green flag boyfriend vibes. Sorry, that's your name now.
I couldn't
Believe
think of the
changed.
opposite of toxic boyfriend vibes. Like wholesome
Okay,
boyfriend vibes, maybe. But yeah, in the comments here,
awesome.
Chickpea is saying, I don't want to pick on Chickpea too much here because he said they had an issue, but with their audio, with their device. But they said, but they do not have to stay there. Just walk away. Just leave. It's easy. I've done it dozens of times. Just walk away. Just leave. Job, relationship, whatever. If I can do it, anyone can. I kind of disagree with that. I mean, it is true that a lot of people can, I would say, but not everyone. And we'd want to know the characteristics of somebody who can and someone who can't. Like they're going to have certain personality characteristics. They're going to have, job opportunities. If you don't have any job opportunities, what other jobs are you going to have? And we've seen people. I mean, depending on where we're talking about. I don't mean to jump to such extreme examples, but there are people who can't read and write who've been, enslaved by
Mm,
another group of
that's
people.
an interesting point.
But it is dependent on the context. So I don't know that
Yeah, you've
that
raised
everyone can walk
another
away.
interesting point. You raised another interesting point about the kind of imbalance in relationships and how sometimes there is a power dynamic going on where someone has more intellectual ability, for example, someone or
Hmm.
perhaps someone is more
Is wealthy.
extroverted and
Yeah.
less anxious than the other person. Someone is
Yeah.
more wealthy and the other person has become kind of financially dependent on them and hasn't got the skills or ability to go out into the world and fend for
Yep.
themselves, perhaps. So
And they're
there's a
more
lot
charismatic.
in that.
Yeah. They can isolate you if you have the same friend group, like in school or whatever, or at work, and if you break up with them, you break up with everybody. Everybody's on their side sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a four. This is you're bringing it deeper and deeper, brother. And I do respect you, and I like the way you do that when you come on this show. But there's a lot going on here, and sometimes you're right. It's the person has to deal with not only the abuse, the toxicity of the person they're in a relationship with, but often these people are able to create an impression in others that is saintly. So maybe they've got this kind of weird cult of personality where their friends, their family, other colleagues will view that person as good, and it will be very difficult, therefore, for you, being the person abused, to step up and say, "Hey, this person's treated me badly." I suppose that's what the whole Me Too thing was about in Hollywood. You know,
Look at Conor
when women
McGregor. I
were.
mean, people have his side, even though he's just lost a civil case, right, against that woman. People are on his side because he's famous, because he's, champion. People are backing him up, or Donald Trump, or Bill Clinton, or some one of these. People will back these people up, when they have serious allegations.
Why do you think, without naming names, okay? Why do you think when, for example, I suppose it's a man mainly in these cases, why is it that they always find a following? They always have their loyal fans, people who will accept that. Oh, and they'll say things like, "Oh, boys will be boys," Oh, you know, he who hasn't sinned cast the first stone. And they kind of, they don't even if the person doesn't show any remorse, they'll just glaze over it as a fan. It's usually a fanboy, and continue to worship the person. Why is that?
I don't know why it is. I think, one, they've got an emotional kind of reward to support this person. They're on that team. They're on the same way. There's like, football hooligans, or there's nationalists or whatever. They're on the team. Yeah, they're just trying to, because they're just automatically decided that they're on the team. They're not thinking it critically, or they're just taking that side. Um, you know, and they just keep doing that. It's just the kind of status quo. It's the kind of homeostasis. They don't want to break out and have to like think for themselves about, well, maybe this person's a bad guy.
Hmm. Okay. So, here's an interesting question. When did you first become aware, would you say? Um, Maybe it's a difficult question because I can't quite remember, but when did you first begin to like look around you and see that, there's toxicity in what, society generally deems good things? So there's toxicity in romantic relationships and friendships. There's
Mm-hmm.
toxicity in the workplace. There's toxicity yeah. So in what these things we generally, when you say, oh, my colleague, my friend, my wife, my husband, my girlfriend, my boyfriend, these words in and of themselves are generally given positive effect in the consciousness of humanity. Okay, these are generally deemed good things, and I found it quite shocking then when these things can be bad for the person who's in that relationship. It is a shocking thing to discover. Do you remember a period of your life where you started like questioning relationships, like in an overt manner, or was it just
Yeah,
something that
just
came to you gradually?
well, yeah. There wasn't. It was kind of gradually over time, just seeing people be abusive to one another and neglecting one another, and like hitting one another and this kind of thing. Um, you know, uh, Keeping secrets from one another. Just noticing this. It was so pretty young. But yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if I
mean,
have an
I'd
exact
say,
moment.
yeah, I don't have an exact age for it myself. I think that maybe in my teens, maybe even in my early, like late teens, I'd say I became more aware of it. But I wasn't actually, overly conscious of it. I would say I was like, I knew it existed, but I didn't put great thought into it. Do you know what I mean? I suppose I was on survival
Yeah.
mode myself, and I was more thinking about my own needs and what I was going through. Than to think, any grand thoughts on, relationships as a whole, as a human experience, as a shared human experience. I was more concerned with my immediate relationships,
Hmm.
um, than thinking philosophically about it, I suppose. Chickpea the Torty's here. Chickpea the Torty, welcome back. Good to have you with us. Always a pleasure, never a chore. We are obviously talking about relationships. Now, you said you've never been in love. That's absolutely fine. Um, with anybody other than your cats, that's absolutely fine. Although I know that you've had a few test drives. So it's not as if you didn't try. Um, so we're talking about, are there any well, first of all, I'll give you the you can talk about what is toxicity in your view in a relationship, okay? And then we'll move on to please answer this question. Are there specific red flags we should watch for early in relationships? Go ahead, Chickpea. Chickpea, you're muted. I didn't mute you, but you are muted. So you'll have to unmute your microphone. Anyway, while Chickpea's, oh, you're unmuted now. So can you talk, Chickpea? No. I think you might have to allow your microphone in your browser. Okay. You had this issue before, so maybe you should try and figure that out. And in the meantime, we will go to Seb. Are there any specific red flags we should watch out for early in relationships? Earth calling Seb. Right, Seb isn't there, so we'll go back to green flag. Green flag, are there any specific red flags we should watch out for early in relationships?
I don't know. I think it's about reflecting why you're getting into the relationship in the first place. People kind of, people want to get into relationships. They're kind of in their feelings. They're thinking about like the kind of vibes and like what I like about the person, And the issue is a lot of people, it's like how psychopaths can be very charismatic, right? You know what I mean? They can say all the right things, so people can kind of act really good. They know what all the green flags are, and they can act like that. It's like male feminists or something. You know what I mean? They can be like, "Oh, I really care about the women and the women's rights," and blah, 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 People can put on an act. You know, um, so I mean, I don't know that there is. It's hard to say. I mean, if they don't have, I mean, yeah, you just kind of maybe if you know someone, get someone to vouch for them. I mean, green flags are maybe what you want to be looking for. But yeah, I mean, red flags. If they're just rude, if they're
Global's rudeness. Okay, so we've got rudeness.
yes.
So red flag says they never ask about your desires. That's a red flag when you meet somebody. They never ask about
yes,
your needs, your desires, how you are. I suppose that's a red flag. But the problem is, as you've just so well demonstrated there, psychopaths and people who are bad for you cannot know intellectually. They know that they should mimic someone who cares about you, and therefore they might ask you about your desires, how you are. I believe there's a period called love bombing in early relationships, when a psychopath or a narcissist will treat you extremely well and will shower you with compliments and be, very much considerate of your needs, and try and show that they can provide for you in some way or other, or that they care about you. But that's a kind of all for show. I mean, I don't think they're doing it consciously. I mean, I think it's just part of their psyche. It's what they do. I don't think it's like a, green flag. They sometimes say, "Oh, the psychopath will do this." I don't know if it's planned. I think it's just what they do. I think they do these things, and then
Yeah.
because they think that's what you're meant to do in a relationship, and then they kind of, because they're not emotional beings to the same degree as other people, they act it out, but then they can't keep up the act. That's what actually happens. I don't know if it's actually a plan. I think it's just they act it out, and then they can't keep up the act. Eventually, it falls apart. Because their true nature shines through, which is obviously a harmful one for them and others. But so yeah, I mean, it isn't as simple as to say that someone who's nice to you is a good person. So I think what is important is to take your time to get to know somebody. Take your time. Don't jump into bed with them straight away, unless you're somebody who can separate emotions from acts. But that's very hard to do. And if you want to live with a lesser degree of disappointment, and also live as somebody who is careful and considerate about your relationships, then take your time. But it's very hard to do when you meet someone who's eager, to get to know you, and is seemingly very nice. It's very hard to take your time. Chickpea's still here. So what do you think of what I just said there, green flag?
You got me.
Your audio is working.
Yeah, your audio is working, Chickpea, but we'll just ask green flag what's going.
All right.
What
Seb, did you want to say something?
Seb isn't there.
Hey,
He's here now. So yeah, no, green flag. If you could just say something about that, just the fact that people can be very nice, but then
Yeah.
it's all an act.
This is where it comes down to kind of references. For a job, you need references, but for a relationship, do you ever get references? Like, you get a referral from someone else who recommends the person. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see that. There isn't like a Glassdoor or a Yelp reviews website for people. If you go on Tinder, it doesn't rate this person out of like how good of a partner they are. It just kind of is superficial. So I
But
think
you've
in the
also got to
future,
be careful because we exist in a world where there's jealousy and envy, and people can tell lies or speak unfairly about somebody because they don't want that person to succeed. So this is the problem of being human. Yes, you need third-party testimonial, but I would say get more than one. Just get
yes,
more than one piece of advice from somebody.
yeah,
Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Don't depend on one person's summary of someone's character. Look at the character from different facets of their community, and try and make your own mind up. But yeah, personally, I think take your time. Take your time, and that's what I'm erring towards. So I want to bring Chickpea in at this juncture. She's been waiting patiently, and she has succeeded. Okay,
No,
in
goodness.
sorting out her technology. Do you know we had an ageist fucker in the comments who said it was because you're older than 20 or whatever it is.
Yeah, well,
So
it is true that.
oh, it's
That's
okay.
true. I
All
don't
right,
mind.
fair
Yes.
enough.
Why should I care what
So
you have to say?
Chickpea,
Yeah.
Chickpea, Chickpea.
Yeah. What I
I
don't
want to
understand.
ask you. Sorry, 1 second. All right, go ahead. Then I'll ask the question. Go on.
What I don't understand is that people stay with partners who abuse them and stay with employers who abuse them, and I don't understand because I just walk off, and it has cost me. I have spent a night in a doorway many, many years when I was young. It has cost me, but I'll still do it.
yeah, I think people have fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses. So the fawn response is a stress response where the person plays into, "Oh, you're so wonderful," and this kind of thing, and it's just they kind of get trauma bonded to the person.
yeah.
So it's just an emotional attachment. I mean, if we all left each other at the first sign of trouble, your partner might be freaking out because of a legitimate problem that they're having. They're just angry at everybody, and
No, I'm talking about abuse.
yeah. Well, I mean, what is abusive? I think we talked earlier about the cultural relative aspect of that. Sorry, do you mean
Well,
hitting the person?
yeah, I mean violence,
Mhm.
swearing and cussing. I call that abusive. If a man
Yeah,
swears at me, I consider that to be abusive.
I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, that is verbal abuse. I agree.
Yeah, I call that abuse. I wouldn't
Well,
swear at a guy.
there's a big difference between swearing in conversation and swearing at a person. Like I can
Yeah, I
say
know. I'm
something.
saying that if a man
Yeah.
swears at me, he'll only
Yeah,
do it
yeah, yeah.
once.
But some people don't like swearing at all.
Oh
Some
no, I
people
don't mind
literally
swearing.
think, yeah, I just wanted to get your opinion on that because some people see swearing in any way as a
No,
red flag. But
no, no,
I
no.
actually have no. I agree with you. I don't think it is. But when you swear at somebody, call them like a name, or
Yeah.
you direct the swearing at them in your conversation, that I think that is a bad thing to do. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Green flag, you fucking cunt.
Yeah,
I-
precisely. Well, he'll only say it to me once.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah, yeah.
you can.
The
I'm
the
a
thing
real
here is,
hustler.
Will get
uh,
on the
sorry,
come
Seb.
on each other's nerves sometimes, and sometimes they might say like "fuck you" to each other and stuff like that, and it is abuse. But I guess there's a certain level where it's inevitable, where both sides are going to get on each other's nerves, right?
Hello to Green Soul. Thank you for subscribing. Come on and have a chat to us if you want. Yeah, yeah. Go.
It's still it's still abuse. Let's not pretend it's not. But I think at some level, I guess if it can be considered forgivable unless it reaches a certain threshold. I guess when people are with each other for years, eventually they're going to tell each other something mean, I guess. But I guess it's if it's justified, and no, but people aren't perfect.
I think that's right. Just guys, 1 second. I am listening, but I have to go to the other room for a little bit. But so please keep it going.
Yeah, I think that people also have a weird understanding of value where if you're abusive, that they think that shows you care, right? That you're getting so upset and angry about what they're doing, and they associate that with that loving them for some reason. They think, well, this person loves me because look how angry they're getting about this thing. So there's very toxic kind of views of what is appropriate. That I don't know, did they come out of childhood or where they get this from? I'm not sure. But media seems to also play into this. I mean, if you read books, like young girls read Twilight or something. I mean, the story is about a 100-year-old vampire, bloodthirsty monster who's preying on a young teenage girl in school and basically grooming her. And that's a best-selling book. I mean, that's
But it's okay since that's a vampire, right? So there are
yes.
that.
He's a young, handsome vampire. He's only 100 years old.
So are you two guys happily married?
No, I am not married. No.
No,
And
I'm
you,
married.
are you happily married?
No,
No.
but I'll go to Las Vegas and have those marriages.
You know what? I'm 70 years old. And so I've been around quite a while. And in my entire 70 years, I've only come across one happily married couple. And I'm talking about a couple they met at school when they were 14, 15. They were still together in their 80s. And they still snuggled up on the sofa together, which to me is love when you snuggle up on the sofa. Once in my whole life have I met a couple like that. It's all this
It's
love
very
talk.
rare.
Sorry?
It's very rare to find wholesome
It's very rare
relationships
to find.
where they're not beating and killing each other or cheating or abusing the hell out of each other. It's like,
Yes,
Jesus
I've met
Christ.
one couple in my entire 70 years who I could say were a happily married couple. One couple. I think most people live in they tell themselves it's all wonderful, but I just have to look at them to see that it's not. Just have to look at their appearance to see that, in my opinion.
These people also love drama. I mean, if you watch
Yes.
media that they consume, they're watching EastEnders and Coronation
Yeah.
Street, and where there's terrible stuff happening all the time. They live for that stuff. So it's
Yeah.
I wonder, is it really what they really want? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't watch TV, so
Me neither. Yeah,
sorry?
I don't watch much television myself.
I don't watch. I haven't watched it for 25 years.
Wow.
Okay. Now, Chickpea,
What?
do you think there are any specific red flags that people should watch out for early in relationships? Now, you can go into friendships or romantic relationships.
Well, romantic ones, as soon as a man raised his voice to me, that's it. I know to get the hell out. And I've always been the same. It's probably why I'm on my own. Because if he'll raise his voice to me, I don't raise my voice at people. I'm actually very sweet-natured, but I expect it to be returned instantly. And if a man raises his voice at me, plus I only go out vegans anyway, really. I prefer to be with vegan men. Then that's it, over. I'm very, very fussy, which is probably why I'm a little old spinster, really.
Okay. What about a woman raising a voice at a man? Do you think that's bad as well?
Yes. Yes, I don't raise my voice at men. No, I daren't, to be quite honest, because what if he turns?
Oh, right. Do you mind us asking? You don't have to, but have you had a bad experience with domestic violence in the past?
No, because I walk away. I walk away before I can sense it before it actually happens. No, I walk away. As soon as a man shows a scrap of aggression towards me, I'm gone. And it's just the way I am. I'm very I've always had my own property, just bed sits, but it's been mine. And if I'm not happy with something, I just walk off and go back home. End of.
But I'm wondering if there's a certain threshold, since there are many ways of raising the voice. One could raise the voice like a little bit, but
I think
is
she means in a form of aggression, you know?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
if a man shows me aggression, that's it. I know it's going to get worse.
Right.
It starts off with
Um,
just a loud voice and it gets worse over years.
Green Soul, our new subscriber, welcome to the tribe. Green Soul says red flags are when the other person lies. A lie is a red flag. What do you think of that? Is it that simplistic? Is a lie? I mean, sometimes people lie because they're afraid of the truth, and sometimes, you know, that's what I would say. Sometimes relationships are about two people being vulnerable with each other,
Mm.
and sometimes, you know, the lies are perhaps that they're afraid to tell you something, but it's not because they don't want to. But
Mm.
what do you think, guys? Is it as simple as saying a red flag is when she or he lies?
I can cope with it. The man lies. That's fine.
I think it depends on your own values. You know, it depends on what your values are. You have to think about what I want out of a relationship. To what is truth something that is valuable to me?
that's
Sorry. You go.
that's a common trope in a lot of these, I guess, the romantic movies in the 90s, where a man would lie or something about their identity and what they do, and then they show up to the girl's house with the boom with the boom box and stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
I haven't seen that film, but he's playing "In Your Eyes" by Peter Gabriel. I think in the film he's holding is it John Cusack? Is that his name? I can't remember the actor's name.
Yeah.
That scene in that film, but yeah.
But also, sometimes people lie to protect the other person. So you
Mm.
might lie because you don't want to tell the person the truth about them
Mm.
in a way that might hurt them. You know what I mean? But you know, I don't know. I don't even know if that's a good thing to do, to be honest with you, because you should be able to tell the truth in a tactful manner to your partner. You know, ideally.
Truth can hurt horribly.
Yeah, but I suppose in the early stages, you know, you can perhaps be tactful about what you say, but as you progress, it's better to be truthful, isn't it?
Mm. But I never get that far.
Fair enough.
I don't. I didn't.
It's difficult thinking about the other person and what their capabilities are. Some people are just not capable of certain things. You know, some people are habitual liars, or they're addicts, or they have some other thing. And I guess it just goes back to just introspecting what your values are and what you're willing to tolerate, and you know, what you're willing to deal with. And can this person improve? Is there opportunity for them to become a better person? You know, like can they quit drinking, or can they quit whatever the vice or thing is that they're doing wrong?
Yep. And Green Souls says that he can't accept lying at all ever. We have. He says that they have to be open. It's all he wants, and he's been around that block many times. Um, Global says admission of information is not lying. By the way, your microphone is poor. LOL. I don't know if that's my microphone. Is my
I
microphone
don't know. Is it yours sounds okay? There's some
okay?
noise coming out of it. I don't know. Is it my microphone, or
Oh,
I'm not
sorry about
sure.
that.
I would say that lies by omission are a thing. So I don't agree that. Well, I mean, it depends on what you consider lying. If you don't consider omission of information to be lying, then that's fine. But you may run into some issues there, because if people omit certain information, you could be in a lot of trouble. You could be in trouble with the police. You could be in trouble with your work. You could be in trouble with, I mean, if I just conveniently leave something out, um, you know, I mean, again, it depends on what you consider lying.
Does
I mean, if you
this
don't
make
consider
my
lying, it's
bum look fat? TP doesn't like those types of questions.
fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what that ticking noise is. I'm really sorry, guys. I'll try and
It's
sort it
probably
out for next
me.
time. No, it's me apparently.
Oh,
I
Is
think
it really
it
bad?
was. It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Okay.
Well, one could
Well,
give sort of pessimistic metaphor that it's the clock ticking towards one's inevitable demise or something that would fit the spirit of these dreams.
Someone in the comments said, "Would you love me if I was an ant?"
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about too. That like what
if
if
I was
one
an anteater. Sorry, Seb. Sorry, Seb.
like if one like what if I was a lobster or something, and you just saw me in swimming there. Nobody would have given me much thought, since what sort of utility would I provide as a lobster? At least Jordan Peterson would think about me at least, and how it relates. Like,
Okay, Seb. Thank you for that rather abstract input. I'm gonna add someone new here. Hillary's emails. How are you
Hello.
doing, Hillary? Hello, Hillary's emails.
I'm doing pretty well, and you?
Is that Pastor D?
Is that what?
Have you been on the show before?
No, Greenstone told me about it.
Okay. Sorry, who told you about it?
I'm having hard time hearing. Have
I'm
what?
sorry. No, no. Welcome to the show. What would you like to add to the conversation?
You just asked Green if he wanted to join, and he didn't able because he's on a date. But I thought that I would. And if you're worried, I mean, I know why you got the uh, overlay up. If you want, I've got plenty of content on my channel. You can look. I just don't have a camera. That's why I can't come on camera. But anyway,
Okay, that's
just
fine.
it doesn't matter to me either way. I mean, I don't need to be seen or anything,
There you go.
but yeah. As far as the lying by omission, well, if somebody asks you directly something like, "We're about to engage in intimate activity. Do you have any STDs?" and the other person is like, "No, not really," then I mean that's kind of like lying by omission. But if they don't ask you directly, like, "Hey, have you ever," I don't know, anything I mention would be controversial. But I mean, if they don't ask you directly, I don't think that you should be expected to tell them everything that ever happened in your life, because there's only so much time.
Right. But STDs are an interesting one because I think after a certain age, you should, most people are responsible for their sexual health. I mean, you should have been educated about it. You should be routinely getting checkups if you're not in a long-term relationship or if you're, sleeping around. Um, and yeah, definitely, you should say that to your partner if you're going in any way to do
Yeah,
bedroom activities with them. You should say, yeah, look, I either haven't had a test or I had a test like a few months ago or however long ago it was.
yeah,
And you
I,
should be open about that. Definitely.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
I
think it
dodged
might be
that.
illegal, yeah, to like intentionally infect someone with an STD.
In the
So
U.S., it's not.
Yeah,
In
I
the
mean,
U.S.,
it's
it
it's a
depends on the
kind of
it's
STD.
difficult one
I'm not
because
sure.
you, although they might not, I think it's a bit of a grey area though because if you haven't had a test, you might not know that you've had it, but you should tell the person you haven't had a test or you haven't had a test for 6 months, but you've slept with X amount of people, so theoretically you could have something. Do you know what I mean?
yeah. I dodged a few bullets by asking, and they were not going to volunteer if I hadn't asked. And it's fortunate that I asked, because it's something that even a condom wouldn't stop. I'm
All
thinking of
right,
two people in particular. The first one was in college, and she had been married, and her husband gave her something, and she was now divorced. But what she had, like, the condom would not stop.
right.
maybe I guess one could triple up on the condoms, maybe.
No, but some of them, as this man said, you can get warts, you can get crabs, you can get
Herpes.
herpes
Yep.
exactly. And you can
Right.
also catch things from oral. People will say, "Oh, oral's safe," but no, you
No.
can
Yeah,
catch things from that as well.
Yep.
tripling on them condoms makes it much more unsafe. I was kidding.
And
Yeah,
then
they're
there's life
saying now
itself.
that's true. They were saying actually, some cancers like throat cancer and things like this, and so on, are caused by the HPV virus.
Right.
So
Yeah. And
people
women
seem
can
even
get cancer of the uterus from HPV
Yeah.
viruses as well.
Yeah.
Savina raises the important point that those in a long-term relationship should also be having checkups. Yeah, just in case, because you never know, do you? Your partner might say they sat on a toilet seat and caught it in a public restroom. I mean, I've
Can I
heard that
say
before.
something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One thing I've learned about married men is, because I go out with a lot of married men, because, I don't care if a man's married or not, but I don't think a woman can trust her husband. In fact, I know so, because I was always dating married men. I quite like being a mistress, but they're very easy to pull, I've noticed. Just
Oh,
saying.
interesting. So
Yes.
we're getting to it now.
Huh?
So you basically think that men who are in relationships
Oh, yeah.
are, yeah.
Yeah, I've most of the men I've dated in the course of my lifetime have already been married. Doesn't bother me if a guy's. Like I said, I'm no paragon of virtue. I don't care if a guy's married because I don't want children anyway. All I care about is his eating habits. I don't care if he's married. Doesn't worry me. It never has. Well,
What do you think of this, Hillary's emails? What do you think of Chickpea's philosophy on life? She doesn't care.
I mean, we all have different ideas, and that's what makes the world go round. So if that's good with her, then yeah.
Well, they approached me. I didn't go out.
I always say it's up to the person cheating, not the other person. So it's his
I don't think there's anything
moral.
wrong with him.
It's more his moral conundrum than yours. I mean, he's the
Right.
one who's
Yeah,
beholden
he's
to
the one
somebody.
cheating.
Absolutely. He signed the contract, you didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see personally it suited me. Terrible, aren't I?
Savina says, motherfuckers be lying and cheating, so those in long-term relationships have a full sense of security and then are confused when they subsequently learn they have HIV or herpes out of nowhere. And
Yeah.
she rolls her eyes. Yeah.
I guess like everybody cheats. I guess.
No,
Just-
not
You
everybody,
can't
but
you can't trust. I
Yeah.
say to any woman, don't trust your husband. Seriously, horrible thing to say, but
Really?
I've never met a. Huh? When I used to
I
work,
would agree with you, by the way. I would agree with you in most cases, I would say. But I think after a age, surely I like to think we calm down then. But
no, you don't.
yeah,
I tell you
yeah.
something. I used
Do you
to
know
work.
what? You're probably right. I've got a
Let
friend
me
in his
speak.
80s
Let
who's
me
still trying to get
speak.
laid.
No. Right, I used to work in the city as a temp, and every firm I went to, there was a guy there I took a fancy to. I could guarantee if he was married, I could still guarantee to get his attention. Guarantee it if I just let him know I liked him. I could guarantee it. Sad, brutal reality. It is. Most men I've come across in my working life, because I used to do all that in my working life. I found that, and I did. So I'm just saying what I experienced.
maybe that's something more of the society you're in, because like I know plenty of guys that would not cheat no matter what, and I know some women that are just more than happy to cheat. So I mean, it goes
I
both
don't know
ways.
about the women.
Well, she was. You did tell us before she worked in a law firm, so it probably was full of psychopaths.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That explains it.
I used to temp in law firms in the city.
Yeah. So can we go back to the question here for Hillary's emails? Are there any specific red flags we should watch for early in relationships in regard to potential toxicity?
There's
that
tons
could happen.
of them.
What would you say are the
tons
most
of them.
important?
All the narcissism ones definitely. And if you, I mean, some of them are hard
Can
to
you
tell,
can
like
you
love
for
bombing.
those who aren't au fait with like the the symptoms or the examples of what narcissism manifests as, can you explain?
Um, well, at first, everything is just amazing. Everything is wonderful. They love bomb you. They don't want you to do anything. They want to do everything for you. But very quickly, it turns to the opposite, where they don't want to do anything. It's all about you doing everything for them. And then they don't need you, but you need them. And it's all about control.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I think it is.
Why do you think that happens? Like, do you think it's like an overt conscious thing? Do you think it's an intellectual plan they develop, or do you think it's just something they do? I mean, I find
Yeah.
it hard to believe that they're going around with this like
Can I answer
dastardly plan.
it
No,
after
I think it's a learned behavior.
answered it? Since he was the one who was asked it, so it's only right he gets to answer it.
Right. Yeah, he thinks it's a learned behavior. Okay. Any other red flags then? There, Hillary's emails.
It just other things like if they expect you to pay all the time, if they set up a situation where you feel awkward to say no, stuff like that. Anything where they don't really seem to be treating you like a person, but more like a thing.
Objectification. That's a good one. Treating you as an object.
Right.
Treating
Yeah.
you as a means to their end. Yeah. So, do you mind? Would you like to give any examples of terrible toxic relationships that you've observed or anything like that? You don't have to give any personal details about you, but any come to mind when you think of toxic relationship? What comes to mind? Hillary's emails, like as in, like, are there any examples of things you've seen or heard about?
Hmm. I really don't look for that kind of stuff too much. So, like, I know some of the basics, but well, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I mean, she crapped on his bed. That's
That
pretty
was
bad.
fucked up. Yeah.
And then she would try to set things up where she would instigate a situation, but then turn on the camera and make it look like he was the bad guy, or she'd lie to other people, making it seem like something was going on that wasn't. I've seen people give themselves bruises and then claim domestic violence.
Right. Yeah, I've heard about that as well. That's fucked up shit, but yeah, it definitely happens. And I don't know what you can do in those situations if you're the victim of that. It must be horrible to be wrongfully accused of something,
Yep.
Yeah, here's a good question, guys. How can we differentiate between a challenging relationship and a harmful one? Because sometimes things aren't so overtly toxic. They're not like burning your wardrobe or shitting in your bed, or cheating on you. But it could still be toxic, or it could be just a challenging relationship. And what do you think the line is? That's an interesting thing to think about. We'll go around the houses. So we'll start off with green flag. How can we differentiate between a challenging relationship and a harmful, toxic one?
Yeah, I think that if something is challenging you, there's an opportunity for you to improve and better yourself and better the relationship and better things. And that person, has standards for your behavior that they want you to meet that, will be considered reasonable, right? Like if they're working and you're working less hours, they're like, listen, we've got extra bills, rent is going up, and you work a few more hours. Um, if you can take up more hours, like that's, it's not an unreasonable request necessarily, right? Um, so yeah, it's going to depend on the context, but I think a challenge is something where, there's like growth is a possibility. If I just keep saying you're a terrible person, and every time you do something good, I keep insulting you, and bring up everything bad that you've ever done. I mean, yeah, that's not going to help the situation. So it really, and there's a distinction where they're just bringing you down constantly, and they're not like investing in you, right? If you're in a
Mhm.
relationship, you should be investing in one another and supporting one another. And if you're giving, 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 and they're taking, 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 and I mean, there's just no room for growth, and it's very one-sided, I think. And harmful, you'll see, you'll be worse off. Like if you're challenged, you'll be better off. Like you've become a better person, you've improved. But a harmful relationship, you're now worse off, right? Like, in the short and medium and long term.
I think that's a very good distinction, actually. The potentiality for being better off in a challenging relationship is there, and whereas it's not in a toxic one. If you stay with the person. Seb, do you have anything different to add?
Yes, and I guess even in challenging relationships, I'd still say there is some sort of harm that happens, but that the harm doesn't reach a threshold where it would be overly traumatizing or something that there could still be benefits that could be reaped despite the challenges. There is a lot of people that go into relationships with people that has some sort of narcissism thing or borderline thing. And what I think it is that anger seems to trigger antisocial personality traits in people. Everybody's meaner and more evil, like when they're angry. And maybe in a challenging relationship, if somebody could be angry, but instead of yelling or something, they could just walk away and take a walk, take a break. It could be challenging due to how at that moment they can't show affection, but I guess in a harmful one. If an angry person might resort to verbal attacks, threats, or violence.
I think that's a very good observation there, Seb. Chickpea, what do you have to say on this matter? How can we differentiate between a challenging relationship and a harmful one? And then when Chickpea stops talking, Hillary's emails, if you could just give your input as well straight away.
Okay.
Well, I was married for a couple of years, and it was meat eating that broke us up. I just couldn't handle 50 years of meat eating. And I loved him dearly, Paul, and I did love him. But it was the whole meat eating issue. I just don't want a man. I don't want to cook it. I don't want to clean it up. Not interested. And that split us up. And I suspect if he had done the right thing and become a vegan, it might have worked. Because I did love him. He was very good looking. But it broke us up. Yeah. That
For
sounds
challenge.
bad. What?
Oh, I thought you were done.
No, not really. I don't hear anything from anyone. Yes. It's yeah. I did. Yeah, I did love him, and I did. But yeah, this whole meat eating gig. Yeah, it's something I'm very opposed to. So it broke us up.
Okay. Hillary's.
For challenging, challenges are just different situations. Like one of the people have to, let's say, where you work is separated, so they're gone during the week, and you only see them on the weekends, or you work different shifts, or maybe you're different religions or whatever else. These are things that none of those are harmful. They're just challenges that you try to get over. Harmful is if one person is wanting to hurt the other person and wants to see the other person suffer. I mean, I think that's the main one, is whether it's unjustified suffering or torment, or really any torment is unjustified. But if one person seeks to cause any sort of harm to the other one, that would be too much.
That's interesting because I've heard before people calling something toxic when the person isn't trying to hurt the other person. You know what I mean? Maybe they're not aware that their behavior or the things they're saying is hurting the other person. I mean, sometimes that can happen, can't it? And is that not still toxic?
Well, the lack of communication is the toxicity I see there.
Oh, okay, that's a good point. So I suppose we can go to this like in your what's the kind of long-term effect of staying in a toxic relationship that you've seen in others or even in your own life? We'll go around the houses again. Green flag, and then green flag when you're finished, just say finished, and then Seb. And when you're finished, Seb, say finished, etc., etc. So just say finished when you finished, and the other person next, please talk.
I mean, it can be a lot of things. I mean, high levels of stress, financial problems. You can have medical problems like ulcers, high blood pressure, that kind of thing. A lot of different things can come up. Isolated from your friends and family members. Anxiety, depression. And there's a lot of long-term effects. I mean, obviously, some of them can get better, but yeah, I mean, you're not able to get along with, your neighbors or something. There's certain fights with your other people all the time. So I can't think of any more, honestly. I guess I'll finish there. Who's next?
Me. Or yeah, it's me. So this is one of the types of things that one just has to do a list of all the things, and if I were to do it properly, I would have list things in an hour or something, but I'll just list a few due to being efficient. So one of the things is that there's a like a benefit cost that happens when one is in a toxic relationship. That one could have done a lot of things with one's time that's just better. One could practice some kind of awesome self-improvement choices. One can have listened so much more to binaural beats, but then instead one has to listen to like a nagging partner, stuff like that. There is also, I guess, the low self-esteem that can come with being abused, and one might also be more inclined to think more negatively about the world and draw pieces together and realize a lot of stuff about the world doesn't that isn't beneficial. Overall, one might also turn into a more cynical person, and one could be skeptical about people's virtue, which
Okay.
be a useful thing since it keeps one like grounded in some kind of cynical ways.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Seb. We have to let everyone have a go. But yeah, I would agree that it can make you a very cynical person, and that is something very difficult to overcome. But I don't even know if you should overcome it completely. I think it's good to have an element of cynicism in your dealings with individuals. Otherwise, you can get burnt again. Chickpea, what do you think are the long-term effects of staying in a toxic relationship?
Well, my most toxic relationship was a relationship with my own mother and her lovely, lovely husband. And it was 17 years of utter misery for me because they were dreadful. And several psychiatrists had to sort the mess out. And I think it's probably one of the reasons why I'm now so independent, because that is not going to happen to me again. Yes, that's my worst relationship. They screwed me up good and proper. But I'll tell you something, when I was on the hospital ward, almost all of us on that ward came from these horrible, toxic childhoods. All of us, literally. It was all the same
Wow, I'm
story.
sorry to hear that. So
Right.
the long-term effect could be psychological damage, you're saying?
It never leaves you. it never leaves you because you're completely brainwashed and conditioned. And you are. And it's made me very cynical, like what's his name said. I'm very cynical. And
Right.
if I'm not happy in my domestic environment in particular, whoever's spoiling my happiness is out. No matter who it
Right.
is, gone.
Okay.
I protect it with, yeah.
Well, at least you've learned to cope. Well, I'm glad you learned a coping mechanism. We'll move on to we'll move on to Hillary's now, Chickpea, please. Hillary's, what do you think are the long-term effects of staying in a toxic relationship?
It depends on the nature of the toxicity, but it could be, like a couple of people have mentioned, social withdrawal. So you're afraid to interact with other people. It could be self-doubt, questioning your own actions. It could be developing maladaptive coping mechanisms. It could just be any number of things.
Absolutely. So, guys, what came up there I thought was interesting was the cynicism that can happen because we have been in a relationship with someone that's been toxic to us, and it makes us cynical towards others and perhaps hesitant to form, new relationships, whether they're romantic or normal camaraderie at work or out and about socializing. How do you deal with that cynicism when you've been burnt? Like, how do you make sure that it doesn't become the monster that kind of rules your heart and perhaps prevents you from otherwise rewarding experiences? Because obviously, yeah, relationships can be shit, but they can also be, beneficial, or they can be a mishmash of lots of different things. Do you in any way feel it is necessary to overcome cynicism to some degree? And just how do you manage your cynicism so it doesn't become toxic to you? We'll go around, I suppose, on that one from green flag onwards.
Yeah, there is loving kindness, meditation. That's one thing people practice. Now, cynicism can be very protective, right? That can, so removing that can be harmful, right? So you got to be careful. I mean, same way removing anything else can be harmful. If that's protective, if you've developed it as a kind of shield or a callus, removing that can kind of leave a sore spot there or vulnerability. So we want to make sure.
Look at the screen. Look at this.
A cat or a dog?
That's
a cat.
It's Lala.
Okay.
Isn't
Lala.
she gorgeous?
Yes, very adorable. Meowvelous, marvelous. So yeah, cynicism towards other people. It's like that song. Always look on the bright side of life. From Is that the Life of Brian?
Yep.
Try to look at try and use silver lining. Look at the silver lining. Look at the good in people. It's unlikely everybody's wholly evil. They probably have some kind of positive characteristics if you can bring it out in that person. So look at it as a challenge to see the good in people. Challenge yourself to see the good in people, and challenge yourself to bring out the good in people and set a good example and see if that helps you. So that can be very difficult. Yeah.
Wise words. We'll go on to Seb there. Seb, how do you deal with cynicism towards others? Is it something that you try to manage so it doesn't prevent you from having what could be rewarding experiences?
So my answer is that the reason to cope with that, it also applies to every other things, that it's about the reward system. One will hear a lot of tragic stories and have bad experiences, but how quickly one is able to move past that just depends on one's reward system, right? So even though it might be hard to so even though one will sort of get in the same loop over and over again when one gets disappointed with people, at least it's possible to lessen the pain by improving one's reward circuitry.
Right. Okay, Seb. Chickpea, do you have anything you'd like to add in regards to how you deal with your cynicism towards others, and how you manage it? Because obviously it might prevent you from having what could be rewarding experiences. Is this something you think about or care about?
Because I feel very, very sad about the fact that I never, ever, ever managed to find a man to love. And yes, I find it heartbreaking when I stop and think about it. It's not, I'd love to. I've got an aunt and uncle who've been together for 70 odd years, 74 years or something. And I envy that couple so much. I envy them like you would not believe. So obviously it's what I wanted, but it never happened for me. They were married. They met when they were 14 at school. And they're in their 90s. And so they've been married for 80 years. And they still hug and cuddle on the sofa. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Don't you think
Yeah,
that's lovely?
so how do you manage your cynicism, or do you bother, Chickpea, in regards to other people?
I don't bother anymore.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll go on then to Hillary's emails. Obviously, Hillary's emails. We've all had bad experiences with other people, and sometimes we do get cynical about others when we meet them. How do you manage this, and what advice would you have for others in terms of managing it so that we, don't pull down the shutters too much and close ourselves off to what could be good experiences that might make us happy?
To begin with, if it's important to you to have other relationships, then you should observe that there are people that are happy, and then you should do the opposite of social isolation. You should seek them out, talk to them, ask them what makes for a good relationship. Have they ever had any bad ones? And what do they do? What do they attribute the difference to? And then you can learn from their good behavior instead of just learning from bad behavior. And if your experience was so horrible you can't deal with it, then the other option is just, okay, decide that it's too traumatic and you maybe need to do some other method.
Thank you for that, Hillary's emails. Now we've got Noodles here. Noodles, welcome to the show. Noodles, we're talking about toxicity in relationships, toxic bonds, and recognizing the toxicity in our interrelational experiences. Would you like to just give us a brief explanation of what you think toxicity is, how it manifests, where it comes from in relationships?
Toxicity in relationships. Well, I think part of it is genetic and part of it is environmental. I think some of it is a survival mechanism for certain people. I don't know. There's so many factors. It's like, depends. Is the toxicity coming from, like just having poor social skills? Is it coming from PTSD? Is it coming from a cluster B personality disorder? Is it because both people are addicts and they are enabling each other? There's so many, there's so many factors.
There's so many variables. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Noodles, if you can stand by, we're going around, we're taking it in turns clockwise. We'll go on to the next question then.
Okay.
Do you want to say something?
Ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
So here's the question then for Green Flag. Green Flag, what are some of the signs that you might be the toxic element in a relationship? Because we've spent a lot of time talking about the other person. But it is true, and I've been the toxic person in a relationship before. I've been the one who perhaps didn't take it due consideration of partner's needs or friends' needs, when I was younger especially. And, sometimes, not all the time. For example, cheating. I cheated in the past. on partners. I did toxic things, because I was greedy or perhaps insecure to some degree, or yeah, just didn't control myself. Basically, it was a lot of it was lack of control, doing what I wanted to because I could. So, for example, cheating or spending money frivolously, just being generally greedy and selfish, and not and thinking only about what I could get, instant gratification. And if I'm honest, although it was fun at the time, it's not a good thing to seek long term. Instant gratification, it does leave you feeling empty. So it is a good thing to recognize in yourself that you're seeking short term thrills, and to question why you're doing it, and to question if it's a path you want to remain on. And by the way, some people like to live in that way of being forever, and there's nothing wrong with that if it's right for you. But what isn't a good thing to do is to have that preference and also form an alliance with somebody who doesn't seek short-term thrills, who thinks about things in a more long-term manner. So yeah, that's enough about me. But what about you then, Green Flag? What are some of the signs you think might be the toxic element that the you, for example, could be the toxic element in a relationship, and how can self-awareness lead to positive change?
Yeah, I think we've given examples of what were red flags. I mean, if you've noticed yourself doing those things, if you're isolating your partner, if you're using kind of, financial leverage over them, and that could be, tell them, oh, quit your job, this kind of thing. Could be if you're hitting them, without like a really good explanation, like, you know what I mean? Like you hit them in self-defense or something. I mean, that's maybe a little different. So self-awareness can lead to you changing and being a better person. Like you think, well, I used to do that behavior and I think that behavior is wrong and I should stop. And recognizing it and recognizing when you want to do it or when you're going to do it, and just preempting that and saying, well, actually, I can do this other thing. Yeah. Um, or just having another outlet for stress or anything like that you're dealing with, your emotions or feelings. Instead of taking them out on your partner, do something else.
Okay,
I think
thank you for that, Green Flag. Seb, have you got anything you'd like to add here? What are some of the signs that you might be the toxic element in a relationship? Because toxicity can come from either side. And how can self-awareness lead to positive change for you?
Well, I haven't been in any relationships or anything, but I guess let's say
You've
like
been in friendships, right?
huh?
You have ongoing friendships. You've been in friendships, so you have had relationships, just not romantic ones, right?
I guess one
So
could
this is any
consider
form of a
that.
relationship, by the way. This could be a family relationship. It doesn't have to be a romantic one.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I guess to recognize if one is toxic, one first will need, I guess, the necessary cognitive capabilities to do so. I guess, and one could do an introspection, or one could be like open-minded to the possibility that one is evil in some way, and once one has identified that, one can work for some solutions, and maybe like it could be to just I guess it's about anger in a lot of the time. So if one is angry, I guess if one wants to mitigate, I guess the risk of yelling at somebody, one could just walk away or say nothing. A lot of people have the urge, I guess, to say something back, so it comes like a back and forth quarrel. But one could just say nothing actually. So if one gets called some names by a friend or a relative, instead of saying something mean back, one could say nothing, since it would just be a quarrel. One wouldn't gain anything by engaging in a quarrel. One wouldn't gain even $1. One wouldn't even gain one of
Okay, Seb, sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there so everyone gets a chance, but thank you for that. Chickpea, what do you think are some of the signs that you, young lady, might be the toxic element in a relationship, and how can self-awareness lead to positive change?
It's something I've never ever thought about. Whoops, one of the cats just down on the keyboard. I don't know. I've never thought about it. It's something I've never ever thought about.
Isn't it something that might be beneficial to think about? Because if you're so dissatisfied with other humans and so cynical towards them,
No, the reason why I'm the reason why I'm dissatisfied with humans is purely on our treatment of the animal kingdom, and it sickens me to the core of my stomach. And it's always been the same. It's just yes, I judge people on it. I judge people on their eating habits. I judge them on their attitude towards the local pigeons and the local foxes. And I've had rows about people because they won't let me feed the pigeons. And it's all to do with the animal kingdom. I know that sounds completely insane, but it's how I judge people. And I do judge them on it.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We'll go to Hillary's emails now. What are some of the signs you think that you might be the toxic element, or you have been a toxic element in a relationship, and how can self-awareness in general of our own, potential toxicity or indeed actual toxicity lead to a positive change? Do you think that's possible?
I think you just hit it on the head. Self-awareness. You have to be willing to admit that you might be the problem. It also comes back to communication, listening, actively listening to both your partner and other people to find out if there might be some clues there. And just ask. There are different ways you can ask people different questions, like without trying to put the idea in their head, but just listen to cues, like if they're satisfied or dissatisfied. Ask clarifying questions. What could make things better. Is there anything that you'd like to see, or anything about me you'd like to see improved? Just those sort of active listening.
Very good answer there. Thank you very much, Hillary's emails. Just a question here. I think we kind of broached it earlier, but we didn't really get into it fully. But how do we offer compassion to someone who may not realize they are in a toxic state but still need boundaries? So, for example, I know somebody who's got a cousin who's got now she's got a cousin who's got apparently she's got borderline personality disorder or narcissistic personality disorder, maybe both. And basically she causes a lot of havoc for her. She's always messaging her, always demanding her attention, and unfortunately is threatening to end herself if she doesn't get the attention. Stuff like that, very, very toxic stuff.
Right.
But obviously my friend loves her cousin, and her cousin's a woman as well. This cousin has family members, etc., children, a partner as well, who's, I think they're separated now, but everybody loves her, but she causes a lot of problems, for them. That love causes problems. So, how do we offer compassion to someone who may not realize, like, she can't really control it? Maybe she can, but she seems not to be able to control it. So how do we offer compassion to someone who may not realize they are in a toxic state but still needs boundaries for our own mental well-being, so that we can actually function? Because I've seen in my friend, for example, that they can become dysfunctional because of this person, and that's a huge problem. Seb, do you have any answers for this conundrum? Seb, are you there? No problem. Chickpea, will you, if you care, you can, if you care to, you can answer that question. If not, it's fine. We'll move on. 1 second.
One of my closest friends, my next door neighbor, oddly enough, suffers from paranoid schizophrenia, You know, that disease where you think, she thinks everyone's stalking her, and that
Okay.
people want her dead, and that people want her property. And this has been going for 5 years now. For 5 years, I've been listening to this stuff almost every day. All these men are stalking me. They stalk her here, there, and everywhere. They want her dead. They want her out of her flat. And I have to listen to it like a little therapist. I don't
Okay,
say
and
anything. I don't say to her, I
and
think you need to see a doctor.
how do you offer your friend compassion and empathy
Well,
then?
I listen to her. I listen to her. I don't sort of say to her, go and see a doctor. I just listen to her and I let her talk. So I think it's probably the best thing for her. But I don't offer solutions because, you know, unfortunately, it is some sort of mental illness. And I just
How do
let
you
her
deal with it
talk.
yourself in terms of how do you put up boundaries? How do you protect yourself in such a circumstance?
Well, I've been quite lucky in that I spent time in a psychiatric unit and I've had lots of group therapy. And in that time, I learned to just listen and keep my mouth shut and just listen and listen. And just give them a hug and, yeah, you know, she needs a doctor really, but I can't help that. You know, if, yeah, but yeah, she thinks that she's been stalked by all manner of people in East London. It's quite, I don't know how she lives with it actually, but she does.
The poor lady, yeah. Okay,
Mhm.
Chickpea. Hillary's emails. Have you got anything you'd like to add here? How do we offer compassion to someone who may not realize they are in a toxic state, but still needs boundaries, you know, for our own welfare?
Mm-hmm. Doing two things at once. Compassion. Well, you can be a sympathetic ear, or you could give them information, like if the person might be histrionic or borderline personality, just give that information to them. And they say, "Why are you giving this to me?" Just say, "Oh, you know, it's good to know about different people." I mean, you can just make up something basically, and then if it comes right down to it, you can say, "Well, do you know anybody that meets these criteria? Do you think?" And if that still doesn't work, you might want to give up. But you could finally try and just say, "Don't you think that so and so has some of these issues here?" And they're going to threaten to off themselves, but that's just their way of getting control. The only thing you can do is manage how it affects you. And so these are the steps you can take. But if they're not interested in that or don't even want to hear about the problem, then don't get involved. All you can do is cut yourself off from it. Again, be sympathetic to the person, but just not get involved in the drama.
And do you ever feel guilty about that, like from an empathetic point of view? And how do you deal with that feeling of guilt?
Um, Yes, but I've learned over the years, I'm 50, um, I just, I gave them the option. I tried to help them out. If they don't want to listen, then when they are ready to listen, they know that I'm a sympathetic ear, or that I'm willing to give advice. I realize I kind of mixed my situation there, but I'm there for them if they want me, but don't expect me to get pulled down into the muck if they're not willing to crawl out of it.
Okay,
Uh,
brother. Wise words indeed. Thank you very much.
by the way,
I suppose. Sorry, go ahead, Seb. Yep.
I know I missed my turn, and
Yeah, I know. We asked you, but you can go ahead now. Go on.
thanks for that. Since you didn't really need to, or guess it wasn't required, but you chose to let me have the turn anyway, even though I missed mine. So thank you for that. So how do we offer compassion to someone who may not realize they are in a toxic state, but still need boundaries? Who may guess it would be to like I guess tell them, I guess even be like brutally honest about it, and and be stern, and to tell them here is what's going on. One tells them about the danger, even though it might be in a way they wouldn't like to be they would like to hear it, but I guess it has to be done.
Yeah. Okay, Seb. Thank you for that. I suppose going on, you can answer this question first. We'll go back in a clockwise cycle here. If you're thinking about people that you know, say loved ones, family or friends who you care about, they might be in a toxic relationship. How do you support them? So how would you support a friend or a family member, perhaps, who might be in a toxic relationship? It's a very difficult thing to do because people have a tendency to obviously get angry if you question their partner. They say,
Mhm.
well, "How dare you?" Because they're in love sometimes. Well, they'll see it as a threat, and you're kind of acting out. They've got boundaries where they don't like you questioning, their relationship, or maybe it's not something you do in your friendship, for example. You don't talk about each other's partners in a negative fashion. But how, Zeb, do you think we can support loved ones who might be in a toxic relationship?
So there are things that are important to tell, that it could be worth sacrificing a friendship over. So if one might just have to take that risk. But then if one ends up offending them so much that they won't be your friend anymore, then there goes the opportunity of ever being able to convince them. So one might actually have to postpone telling them about it until they might be more open-minded. So yeah, if they just cut out contacts with me, for example, then there goes my shot at convincing them, right? So there is some strategy involved in it.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
that's
Seb.
actually a great point. If you get into it before they're willing to listen, you're actually cutting off one of their resources. So it might be better to try and stay quiet until they're ready.
Yeah.
Okay, Chickpea, what do you think? How can we support people we care about who might be in toxic relationships?
I tell them to leave. As simple as that. Also, one of your people said that talking therapy, i.e., it would be group therapy, is a waste of time. It isn't actually. It's one of the best things I ever did. I've been in group therapy, and when you sit and talk about it, go on and on and on, eventually you will sit and laugh about it. It might take a couple of years, but eventually, by spurting it all out, you do get rid of it. Just saying, because I've been
Thank
there.
you, Chickpea.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
Uh, Hillary's emails. What do you think? How can we support loved ones who might be in a toxic relationship? Care to go into that a little bit?
I pretty much agree with Seb. Uh, just and also what I've said, before, um, let them know that you're there for them. If they don't want you to get involved, respect those boundaries, and just let them know that if they ever do want to talk to you, you're available for them.
Fantastic. Question here. Do you think it's possible for people to change? Okay, and I'm talking about the people with toxic characteristic traits or modes of behavior. Seb, do you think it's possible for toxic people to change? Okay, do you think that's something you should consider? Can they change? What type of people do you think can change? I mean, I don't think everybody can change. What type of people do you think can change? And do you think how can we support them while keeping our own well-being in mind? I mean, this is either romantic or friendship or a familial relationship.
So I start off by changing that. No, no, I'll start off the point that I'll get back to the main point eventually, right? But I'll start off by saying in this world, it's virtually no one who thinks you're able to change and go on and do great things. There's very little faith in people, and mainly due to the, I guess, limited neuroplasticity, but then again, there has been people that are like Jim Quick, who got a head injury as a in the kindergarten, and he struggled a lot with learning disabilities. Eventually, he went on to become like a brain coach, right? So people have an ability to people have a greater ability to change than uh, what is considered like normal, right? Uh, but it all depend. But a lot of it depends if there one has faith in them. A lot of toxic people, they don't feel like changing it when people give up on them. They they start going back to their old habits, right? And they rationalize that they will never be able to change. So they and if it's possible for toxic people, there are also technology in this world that just most people don't know about, that can heighten neuroplasticity to extraordinarily amounts, and it isn't any of those psychiatric pills or anything. But there is a world out there. There are
Can
many.
you explain briefly what you mean by that? You say there's ways of encouraging neuroplasticity, which would mean that we could change. What are those ways?
Yes, but I feel like I can talk about it another time. Maybe now
Okay,
is.
but just briefly, what is it? Do you want to say what you will talk about another time?
Yeah, so for some reason, uh, yeah, but even if I tell people, right, they're not going to believe me, so what's the point anyway?
Can I ask you a question? Is it binaural beats? Because you do talk about them a lot.
So if it's possible to alter certain brain waves, one got to think what else is possible. What sort of signals do the brain do to induce neurogenesis, right? Or what sort of signals does the brain do to create new neural circuitry, right? So if it's possible to induce a very specific brain wave like theta, one can train one's brain to reach that state. So if something like that's possible, one's got to think about what else is possible when it
Okay,
comes.
Seb. Thank you very much. Chickpea,
No, you
is it
can't.
possible? Is it possible? Is it possible for toxic people to change?
No, you know what? I know, and I really know this. And it's I used to belong to the animal rights movement, and I did it for quite a long time. I used to go out talk to people, telling them what I knew and what I. This, you know what? I may as well just talk to a brick wall, and that's how bad it is. No, you can't change people, and I consider it to be toxic industry, toxic everything. And you can't talk to toxic people, get to change.
Oh dear. Okay, hello to people watching live on
Why
X.com.
are you saying oh dear?
Well, it
I've
is a
noticed.
bit bleak, isn't it? We're going to
Yes, but
Hillary's
they're
emails.
nice. But they're
Yeah,
nice.
I've noticed that a lot of these questions are kind of Rorschach tests. Like, because I'm going to give the exact opposite answer. Yeah, I think nearly everyone can change. It's just a matter of motivation. Do they want to change? And
I don't care.
one of the lessons I needed to learn for myself early in life was that I don't change my behavior unless the cost of not changing is painful enough. So sometimes I have to make it a painful lesson in order to learn from it.
I would have a tendency to agree with you, and that's a very unfortunate part of the human condition. I believe that a lot of us have to learn from a harsh experience, not to do something. And I think, particularly after puberty, I mean, you could be a good kid, but I think when hormones come into it, it does wreak havoc on a person, and it makes them have all these weird impulses to do a mix of people, and you're always trying to get your end away, and I think that does basically cause a lot of the problems, wouldn't you say, Hillary's emails?
Definitely, yeah.
Hmm.
Plus, also before then, like I would say you have a lot more neuroplasticity, but once you undergo puberty, that's when most of your fluid intelligence is becoming more crystallized.
Yeah, we mentioned that on this channel before. There's something called synaptic pruning, which
Mm-hmm.
means that basically as you go through life, especially in your younger developmental years, the parts of your brain that are being used by your experience are the ones that stay in the game, and the bits that
Yep. aren't
aren't being used die off. And that's kind of horrific because although it's a necessary part of development, okay, because you need to have a brain that isn't too chaotic, okay? Because if this didn't happen, we'd all be like very childlike, I suppose. Or they even say it's a symptom of schizophrenia to have a brain that isn't properly synaptically pruned, because
Mm-hmm.
the connections are all over the place. You need to have a brain that's as streamlined as possible to your experience, so that it's able to be efficient. Now, the unfortunate thing is, as we've said on this channel before, some people have bad experiences in life that have shaped their brain, and therefore, if that happens for long enough, their brain becomes more and more rigid to being a victim and thinking in the way of a person having a negative experience. And because of the reduction in the plasticity of our brain as we age, their thinking becomes more and more rigid, and it's harder and harder to break out of that, to break the mold. And I think that's something we as humans need to be very wary of. We need to be very, very concerned with how detrimental a bad experience in youth, a bad experience in teenage years can doom somebody to a very, very difficult life. And it's something that needs to be taken extremely seriously, because it really ultimately shapes how they think. And that's a terrifying thing. Have you got anything else to add there, Hillary's emails?
No, you did wonderfully.
Okay, we'll go on to Noodles. Noodles is back. Noodles, the question is it possible for toxic people to change? And this is in regards to relationships. And how can we support them if you think we should, while keeping our own well-being in mind?
Yes, it is possible for toxic people to change, and just depending on what factors are involved, uh, will also determine the likelihood of them being able to change. I don't know, like the people have to want to change. There has to be a certain amount of pain. Um, they have to have the ability to understand the change that needs to occur or what they're doing. There has to be a certain level of self-awareness. So, so many factors. It depends what kind of toxic situation you're talking about. Addicts can change. Just generally selfish people can change. People with certain disorder, like personality disorders, or I don't know, deep maybe personality disorders, brain damage, whatever it is. Those kinds of people, it's going to be a lot harder for them to change.
Yes, it would indeed be a lot harder.
They can manage symptoms though.
Yeah.
But
So
and by the way, I wanted to say, Chickpea, your glasses are very cute.
Thank you.
So we have a comment here. The older someone is, the harder it is to change. Like the saying goes, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Having said that, I have some old friends who've learned musical instruments in their geriatric years, and I find that amazing. There are some really inspiring old people who keep it going and keep learning, keep developing. And I would say that Nick is right here. People can change, but it's just a lot harder for some people to change than others due to perhaps genetic predisposition, but also sometimes due to their brains being synaptically pruned as youngsters to be in a way of being that makes them think in a certain way. But hopefully, we being aware of this fact can be a positive influence on others and help them to break the mold. Hopefully. But so guys, that's all the questions. I mean, we can have a little bit of back and forth now if you want to. But I do thank you all for coming on here. Is there anything else anybody here would like to say
I like
now?
to say,
Go ahead, Seb.
so when it comes to changing, the best thing to do is to just not listen to others. I know it seems like counterproductive, right? Like one has to listen to others to learn things. But what I mean is that other people, they will have like a lack of faith. So you're not going to be able to do things and stuff like that. So one just says to hell with this. Like if I want to, one almost has to be, yeah, one has to be like, you think in a very ambitious way, I guess.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else want to add something?
Me.
Go
What
ahead.
do you think? What do you think the thing Clement Freud said that everybody should attend psychoanalysis from the age of 18 until age of 26 or something? Because I agree with that.
Bit of a conflict of interest, wasn't it? I mean, he
Yeah.
was trying to get new clients.
So
But,
no. Seriously, now I've been in
Yeah.
psychotherapy. I've had quite a few years of therapy, and one thing all this did was got rid of all my aggression, and all this unconscious aggression that we carry around, where you see people losing their temper in the supermarkets for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And the therapy got rid of all that. I'm a great believer in. I think we should all go through psychoanalysis at a certain age. I think it's why the world's a mess. It's
Okay, well, there's a question there, guys. Seeing as we're at the end now, we can have a bit of a looser conversation. What do you think of what Chickpea just said? I'll be right back. Talk as and when you want to. Please try and keep it to some degree of respectful brevity so others get a turn to talk. And when you're finished talking, just let everybody know you're finished by saying the word finished. Thank you. I'm saying it to everybody. Everybody, Chickpea. Sorry.
We can't have old-fashioned do not watch shouting matches here about all kinds of
Doubting.
triggering moral dilemmas.
Yeah, we need more existential crisis. I don't think, since we're
If you
still
want to, yeah, just keep it respectful.
Oh, way to interrupt Seb, dude. Jeez.
you haven't done your job, we're still not in sufficient existential turmoil, right? What was the point of all these streams? We haven't gotten our big existential crises yet. I thought that was the point, but let me go on a tangent. Actually, Noodles, I listened to you playing guitar, and I just gave up completely on playing guitar. I threw my guitar and my guitar amp in the ocean. And
No, you didn't. Stop.
Wow.
I said, to hell with this, I'll never be as good as you. And
No, stop, dude. You're way better than me. You can shred. I can't shred.
how can I shred? I threw my guitar and amp in the ocean.
You didn't throw it in the ocean, Seb. Stop it. I'm only a rhythm guitar player. I can't do leads.
Actually, can I change the subject?
Yeah.
Who's talking now? Who's that? D&W.
D&W is away from
I'm
I
back.
don't-
I'm back. What's up?
Oh, you're back. You're back. When are you going to do a little chat about the revelation, this whole thing about the woman in the sky and the mark of the beast, of course? I've noticed you don't talk about that, do you?
Well, I never
Are you
even knew
Christian,
about it until
Chickpea?
I never
What?
knew about it until you mentioned it, Chickpea.
Didn't you?
Chickpea is Chickpea Christian?
No, I'm Gnostic. Well, I haven't been ordained, but I don't. Yeah, I used to be, but I've changed my whole mind. But I'm very, very interested in the fact that in the Revelation, I'm very worried about this actually. It talks about this whole thing, the woman in the sky, and that event took place in 2017. It was written about 2,000 years ago and took place 8 years ago. And of course, the barcode, which is actually just 666, binary. So, what do you guys all think? I'm very curious as to what people think.
I'd have to see the information and look at it for myself before I form an opinion.
It's in the Bible. Have you read the Bible?
I have, but I'd have to look at what you're referring to in the modern age that you think is correlated with what is said in the Bible, because
My
I
God,
am
you shocked
dubious.
me. You know, you've really shocked me.
Mm.
You've really shocked me. Actually, I thought you would have known about all that.
No, I didn't know about the lady in the sky. Have you got a video on it that we can watch?
No. It's celestial. It's a planetary figuration that took place 17 years ago. It was written about by little man sitting in a cave 2,000 years ago. It can only be seen as a computer graphic because that's how things are. It only takes place once every 6,500 years. And it took place for years. And it was written about 2,000 years ago. So I'm saying.
So they said that there's going to be a planetary formation that creates the shape of a lady.
Well, it happened. It's actually.
No, but is that what is written?
Yes.
He
It's
says
really,
that the
really weird.
planets will align to make the formation of a lady.
Sorry? What?
It's not that specific. It just talks about a woman and a dragon
It's all to do
and
with
giving
the
birth.
sun. It's all to do with the sun. She's dressed in the sun and she's standing on the moon.
When it's not specific, when it's not something that's specific,
So I can't
you
hear
can
you.
just basically interpret any of this shit however you want, and then you draw correlations, your mind wants to connect the dots or find patterns
Yes,
somewhere.
my mind's become very interested in it because I'm terrified, okay? I've started to believe in reincarnation and I'm terrified. I read the Revelation. I believe what's written is going to happen. And I'm terrified of being caught up in something that I don't want to get caught up in. That's why I'm asking DNW what he thinks on the subject, because he is a Gnostic.
Well, I mean, regardless, we live in a deterministic universe, so if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen, you know.
Well, I don't. But I believe this is a prison planet, and I believe I'm stuck in a meat bag against my will. And I also believe that something very profound is going to be happening in the next 5 or 6 years. I really believe it.
I love that
Something
you
very
said we live in
profound.
I love that you said we live in a deterministic universe. So you deny the quantum effects?
Oh God, you're talking beyond my depth.
I mean, yeah, I don't know that there's any like strong evidence that just because like someone says that a particle did this or that in some quantum situation that means that it's not deterministic.
Well, it means that there's some wiggle room, right?
No, it doesn't necessarily. I don't see why it follows.
But
Okay, I get your point.
can I speak again? I don't know
Sure.
if you've read all this. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of I'm very sort of well read when it comes to religious texts. But this was written by a man sitting in a cave. It was written 2,000 years ago,
On
and stuff
mushrooms.
he wrote is coming into being.
Well, you
And
don't know. You say what? You have to read the exact quote that he said.
What did he say?
Yeah, read it.
Well, he said, I saw the thing.
No. Go. I want you to read it
Oh my God, I
verbatim.
don't have the Bible in my brain.
Well, that's the problem. Like these things can become distorted and very open to interpretation. You know, you have to.
I'm just saying
Like,
what he.
you know, this is like, for example, when the modern Bible says den of thieves, but it's actually the word that they translated into thieves is actually means murderers. So that was a mistranslation, and everybody thinks it's something different.
Yes, but
They say people talk about multiplying fishes and loaves, but
yes, I
Jesus
know.
never multiplied
Yes,
any
I
fish.
know.
He only
I
he
do
only
know that.
multiplied loaves. So what
I
I'm
did know
saying is,
that.
it's like, it's important to have the
Yes,
actual quote, to know the ancient language, how to read or translate the ancient language,
yes, but
and
what
then
he wrote 2,000 years ago is taking place now. This took place.
we have to deconstruct it more than just having you tell us
I'm
that,
just saying it took place.
All right, you two. All right, you two. 1 second, guys. We've got Demolished Doctrine here. Would you like to say something, Demolished Doctrine?
Kai optomenai megas Simeon en Oranos gaine parabolo ho helios kai ho selene captaro autos paus kai epi autos que feo Stephanos dedica auster, and that is Revelation 12.
And what does that mean?
Beautiful.
Well, it's Greek. So the English translation could be something like appeared great wonder in the heavens, woman clothed with the
Yeah,
sun and the moon under her feet, and
yeah,
upon her head a crown of 12
yeah,
stars.
yes,
Is
Yeah,
one way you
Pleiades.
could read that. Okay.
yes.
Now, I'd like to point out there's something super evident to us, although we have a tendency to ignore it for not being able to see the forest for all the trees in the way. There is an actuality of exactly what is quoted there.
Yes,
Exactly what is quoted there,
exactly.
and so
happened.
there is a
Are you talking about the aligning planets, the way the planets have been aligning in the night
It
sky?
took place. Yes, but it can only be seen as a
I saw
computer
that.
graphic. It happened.
Okay, so if you're a Bible believer, you believe the Earth was created. Thereby,
I'm not a Bible believer.
I'm not here to argue with you, ma'am. I'm presenting
sorry.
a case. If you'd allow me to finish the idea, you can
Sorry,
tell me how
sorry.
stupid I am when I'm done. I'd
Okay,
appreciate you waiting until I finish and then tell me how stupid I am. Okay, that would be fine. So there is an appearance of a great or large wonder in the sky. From someone's perspective. In this case, the perspective of the heavenlies telling something to John. A feminine thing, a gyne, yeah, clothed with the sun, moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. 12 being the count of the zodiac. Stars here,
yes,
although expressed as singular, actually in the Old Testament, when you see the word stars, it means clumps of stars or constellations. So I know of a thing that is considered feminine, that is created and is great, is cloaked in has 12 stars around her head, clothed in the sun. That would be this planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. But
it's a remarkable, some would say, coincidence. It's also, aside from the the quotation from the Bible, it is a remarkable concoction up there in the sky, hasn't it been? I mean, it's been a quite remarkable sight to see the alignment of the planets, and I wasn't aware of these stars being visible as well in the 12.
Well, they're not.
Every alignment of our planets has a likelihood, because there's different lengths of orbits and there's different positions and how exacting you want to be as far as how good of a lady does it have to draw for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say that exactly. That I was gonna say that these things are obviously a statistical likelihood, given that these things go around and around the same sun.
No, they're statistical certainties.
Yeah. So is it that remarkable that it says it in the Bible and then it occurred? I mean, I mean,
not in
back in
consideration of the belief in astronomy and how that was a religious thing for many people of the day at that time in the
I want
ancient
to
Near
say
East.
something. Hello. Can
Hello.
I say
Hello.
Go ahead.
something? Can I say something?
Yes.
Right. This whole thing with this constellation, though, can only be seen as a computer graphic. You do know that, don't you? It cannot be seen.
What do you mean it can
any
be
other
only
way
seen
other
as a
than
computer?
What?
What do you mean other than a computer? Well, if
can
you
only
keep
be seen
speaking,
as a
I can't ask the question.
Right. Right. It can only be seen as a computer graphic because the sun's out and the moon's out and the stars all out at the same time. By definition, you cannot see the sun and stars at the same time. So he said he was shown it by somebody. It was a computer graphic. So how could somebody show him something 2,000 years ago, which is happening now?
Well, I
Can only be seen
contest.
as a computer graphic.
I contest that with our present technology, if we studied some solar system and its position aside from our own, and we could project out from there what constellations were, we could tell stories and remark on future alignments as well. That's not that difficult, I think.
Well, it was 2,000 years ago that took place before computers being invented.
Computers were invented where, ma'am? Where were computers not invented at that time? No, 2,000 years ago. Where?
In Greece.
In ancient Greece on this earth.
Oh, I'm not going to argue about this because at the end of the day, it can only be seen as a computer graphic. It can't be seen in reality.
Well, ma'am, I heard you and I respect what you said and I listened, but you're not doing a very good job of letting me present an idea to you. The cosmos is probably around 16 billion years old.
Yes,
this Earth is probably around 3 billion years old. Now, you might notice there that there's a 13 billion year gap. Okay. So what I'm proposing is other planets and solar systems, galaxies could have developed before this one. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, of course, yes, of course. Yes,
okay,
of course.
so all things being equal, if evolution can happen resulting in a consciousness, there could be in this universe a consciousness much older than ours.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so all things being equal, we've developed in technology, it probably would have too, and would have arrived maybe at the computer, I don't know, 3 billion years to 13 billion years before us?
Yes, what I'm saying to you is he was shown it by somebody on something.
Maybe they had a computer is what I'm suggesting.
Well, maybe they did. Well, what was a man doing walking around with a computer 2,000 years ago in Greece?
Just not from here. That's all that would be required. He's not from here.
Yes, I know.
Also, isn't it possible that it's just a coincidence?
Since it's an inevitability, it's more than a coincidence. It's a fact of reality that it's going to. Such alignments are going to happen.
Yes, it happened already. They happened.
Yes. Wait. That's another. Wait. No, but that's another thing. Did he say when it was going to happen?
In 2,000 years' time.
No, he didn't. In fact, the alignment was the alignment was the clock.
He did not. They did not in Revelation. They didn't actually say what.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay. So then, in that case, you can just chalk it up to complete coincidence.
Well, you could if other things aren't attached to it and don't follow. You could call it a coincidence. I mean, Noodles, you would say there are coincidences you have, but wouldn't you also say if there's a certain amount of complexity, which would beat the statistical likelihood or chance?
Like a prediction, like a reasonable prediction or whatever. I mean, it doesn't even matter. Like if he didn't set a timeline, I could say, at some point, X is going to happen, and because and if it's within the realm of possibility, then that is true.
Anything that I believe that anything that can happen will over time, right? So I agree with you there, right? So it's pretty deterministic in that way that whatever thing will happen, if it possibly can happen, just because of the size of the cosmos. But what I'm asking you is, it's not special to go to the grocery store. It's not special to get a bag. It's not special to get mixed vegetables and a package of tamales. It's not special to buy 3 pounds of sugar, 5 pounds of coffee. But if all of that is at one time, that's a specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I'm lost.
All of those are very, very simple things. But if you go to enough specificity, the likelihoods of anything happening get very, very small.
I
Right?
agree with that. That's kind of how I feel about the 9/11 symbolism and Back to the Future.
Okay, that's fine. I can see why you'd say that. Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is, if there's things that are tagged along with that prophecy, for instance, a list of 7 highly complex signs that go with it, then certainly, if they're complex enough, that can't be coincidental. It can't be that it was eventually going to happen. It can't be that.
Can I
Okay,
say
so what are those things?
Well, it's the announcing miracles is what I'm referring to. It's not just a sign in the heavens. There's all kinds of signs that go along with it.
Okay. I would need to know more, but
Well, yeah. Well, I'll tell you them in order, and you can interrupt me when you get bored or curious. The first sign is a ejecta from the sun that causes a quaking of the earth that is felt all over the earth. A quake larger than mankind on this earth has ever known of, or is in our social or individual memory. That's the first
when
thing.
did that happen?
It hasn't.
Okay.
yet?
That's why it's supposed to be a prophecy, is because it hasn't happened.
But
And then along with that, an asteroid that poisons some 200 square miles at surface level of an ocean, killing everything in that conical shape. It doesn't say how deep. It doesn't say the total volume of that area.
Would that have been like what killed the dinosaurs or something?
Could have. No. The iridium that came with the impact that killed the dinosaurs, although it was during one of those transitional periods where there was only one continent, one megacontinent, and that iridium spread out later, had nothing to do with the poisoning of water, but about heat and impact and radiation.
Okay.
So that hasn't happened either.
May I ask something? Hello. Can I ask?
Ma'am, we wait. Everyone goes silent whenever you speak, because you asked for us to be silent, and then you ask us to. Do you want us to be silent, or do you want us to speak? Which is it?
I want to ask you something. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, because you seem to know as much as a lot. So, what's your take on the mark of the beast? What's your take on that? And are you going to get yourself marked?
No, I'm not intending to get myself marked. Yes, I've researched it quite a bit, and yes, I have a theory as to what it means. I think that the Bible is more consistent than most people think it is, and that when it says a mark in the forehead or the hand, it's a colloquialism from the ancient Near Eastern Hebrew people, meaning how you think and what you do with your hands, or how you act.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
so I don't think it's a physical thing. It's a mental state. It's an attitude. It's a belief.
Oh yeah, you believe different to me then.
Well, let me ask you. If it were an RFID chip or any kind of technology, how would that work without electricity? When the announcing miracles would kill electricity all over the planet, how are they going to make that work?
I've thought about that. I have thought about that.
Well, I mean, logically, the batteries are going to run out.
Well, I suspect that when the time comes and the chipping starts, most of us will have been killed off anyway, one way or another.
Why would that be true?
Well, because does say there's war coming. I live in Europe and I can see it coming. What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say now. I think that the chip will probably be powered by our own bloodstream somehow, that our bloodstream will power it in some weird sort of way. And I was always.
But I'm not asking. Are you saying that there's also going to be in the overlords some kind of technology where they can read RFID chips, and that power will come from their bodies as well? Is that what you're saying? Because that's going to be necessary.
I don't know. I just don't know. But what scares me is, right, if you
lots of things, actually. You've said it 3 times tonight already, and I've been here about 15 minutes.
I won't ask anymore.
Well, you asked what scares you, and I was just saying that apparently a lot of things.
Eating meat is one of them.
Oh, I didn't know that one. That's
no,
more
I'm
information.
not scared of it. I just object to it, and object it quite strongly.
Okay.
It's my big
I agree
thing.
with you, Chickpea.
Thank you,
Mrs. Chickpea, what was it you were trying to say?
Right, the mark of the beast, because I see the mark of the beast as a barcode. Okay, that's
right. Well, that won't work very long. But go ahead. What's the rest of the idea?
Well, I'm just saying, the mark of the beast is the barcode. That's on everything you buy, all the stuff from the corporation. And I believe that the Antichrist is a corporation, a he. Because the corporation is the he. You know that, yes?
In some languages, that would be true. In others, it would be false.
And Europe, he's he. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, so the corporations have us all eating out their hands. We're all beholden to the corporation, all of us. But what I'm worried about is because to me, the Bible contradicts itself. So, because I love the internet and I like technology, and I do, and I think it's the best thing that's ever happened to us on this planet.
What's the contradiction, ma'am?
Well, the Bible says if you get yourself chipped, you are sinning. Yes, and you will fall.
No, it says if you accept the mark of the beast, then you're going to have a tough time.
Yes, you're sinning. It says.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
And there's a second part to this in order for it to be a contradiction, I'm sure.
Well,
what's the second part?
Well, you can either say if you don't get yourself marked, you're going to die off, unless, of course, you're living in the countryside. But someone like me living in a city, I will just starve to death because that's what's going to happen.
Why do you think there's no other option? I don't see that you're pointing out a true dichotomy here, because it seems to me that you've forgotten that heaven is in the sky at the moment.
Well, I don't believe in the heaven you believe in.
I didn't describe the heaven that I believe in, but if you believe there is something like a heaven, it's being offered during the same time frame.
No, you see, I don't believe that anymore. That's what's happened. I no longer believe that little bit about.
Well, then you have a fallacy, a rather strong fallacy here, and I'll point out what it is. You have decided what parts of the Bible are true and which parts are not.
Well, not all of them are true, actually. But
and just how do you qualify yourself as being capable of doing that?
Well, I've read a lot of stuff about it all, which is why I wanted D&W to do a show on the problem, see what everybody else has to say on the subject of the mark of the beast.
Well,
we are doing a show right now on this.
Demolished doctrine, isn't that the same for everybody? Nobody is really qualified to say exactly what it means. It's all just speculation.
Correct. Right? No, that is brilliant. You're right. And that's why the text says, if you want to know what this means, ask the author. Don't depend on your preacher. Don't depend on your own mind. It is probably, in my opinion, it's encoded and hidden on purpose. So the only way to know is to ask the author.
Well, that means then you're not going to ask it. Because when I talk to people about it, you know what they say to me? I'm going to leave it in God's hands. Well, I wouldn't advise it.
All right.
That's what people say to me.
You don't trust in God. You don't believe in the heaven that's many do.
We live in a world where 15,000 children starve to death every day.
And why is that bad? Because you're saying it's bad, right?
Well, of course it's bad. 15,000
And what makes it bad?
You've lost me.
I'm asking you how you justify that as being something distasteful.
Well, 15,000 children starve to death every day.
And why is that significant to you?
I can't believe I'm sorry. 15,000 children starve to death every
So
day.
why? Hold on a second. No, you need to learn this. The Socratic method, Chickpea. Why isn't it significant to you, Demolished Doctrine?
Actually, I won't play the quid pro quo unless we'd agreed to it prior
Fair
to the
enough.
conversation, which you did not even suggest it. Now, if you wanted me to go along with it, you could suggest it now.
All right, I'll suggest it now then. Thank you. By
Great.
the way,
Now answer my question
Demolished
first.
Demolished Doctrine. 1 second. Basically, God Almighty said this dude's being rude to Chickpea. Now he's referring
No,
to
I'm
you.
treating her like an adult.
Don't
I was
worry,
going to
I
say,
can
you
take
came
it.
on here. No, hold on a second, Chickpea. He came on here. He is in a combative mode, but it is only. Don't take it seriously, guys. It is just an intellectual debate. And Demolished
No,
Doctrine
I'm
has
not
been on
being
this.
combative. Hillary's will
I-
vouch for me. This is me being nice.
No, that's fine. I'm
Right.
happy with this. I can cope.
Fair enough. I was just going to say he's been on it before and he's been all right. So yeah, don't worry.
That's not a
Demolished
problem.
Doctrine's
It's
right.
That's
I
not
don't.
All right, guys.
I don't assume Chickpea, being. I would estimate over 30 years old needs
I'm
defending.
what? I don't need defending.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah,
I just want.
agree.
I just want to.
Let's not infantilize any adults here, right?
Right. We don't need to defend Chickpea. She can do it for herself. And if I sense she cannot, I will back down.
I think
Here we go, guys.
Chickpea seems like a nice lady.
Can we go back to the Mark of the Beast? This is why I want to know this. Right. Now, the Mark of the Beast, I believe, is a barcode. And I believe one day they will try and barcode us in the same way as they barcode all their products. This is what I believe.
Could you tell me, Chickpea, how you justify that idea? What makes you think that it is a barcode?
I've always thought from the first time I read it. When I saw that mark on stuff back in the 70s, I knew straight away those 3 long lines, that's binary. Those lines are 6s. And I've always.
How do you know that? Wait, what makes them 6s?
Because
they're not 6s and they're not binary. It's not a binary code. It's not a binary code. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No. Actually, when you take lasers in that certain pattern and there's an overlap, there's a quantum effect that happens there, and those black lines are taking advantage of the quantum effect caused by crossing lasers.
No, it's binary.
No, it's not. Go look. It's not binary.
Right.
That's just not true.
Wait, Chickpea, can you provide us evidence of your claim?
Well, it's binary. 2 thick black lines is 6.
Wait, can you please provide evidence? Just you saying it doesn't make it true. So can you provide evidence?
You have to Google it yourself.
And to be perfectly fair, I should look it up and show.
Yeah, no, but you made an assertion without providing evidence, so I can dismiss it.
Well, have you got a spare computer there? Have you got a spare computer there? Because I tell you, Google barcode blah blah blah. You'll see those thick black lines. The 2 of them is binary. Now I studied math. I do know.
Okay, so I haven't finished looking it up yet, but since I made a claim, I should back up what I said. So if I could share screen, I'd appreciate it if someone would allow that.
I don't have to do all that. I can show you.
You might have
Mark of the Beast is a barcode.
Okay, so here we go. So here's how I asked the question.
It says barcode.binary.
Wait,
meaning they
did I
use the
share the right?
digits. They use the digits 0 and 1 to represent information. A barcode scanner reads the barcodes, black bars and white spaces as binary code, which can then be converted into numbers and letters. But where do you get the 666 from?
But the numbers and letters aren't binary. That's hexadecimal.
What?
So our barcode's binary, and its answer was yes, barcodes are binary.
Thank you.
Binary in what way?
It says, meaning they use digits 0 and 1 to represent information. A barcode scanner reads the barcode's black bars and white spaces as binary code, which can then be converted into numbers and letters. But I don't know how any of that works. And where do you get the 666 from?
Demolish, let me know if you want me to share anything again, because I took it off because you said you're on the wrong page. Just for you, I took it off.
Well, the conversation has kind of moved on from that anyway, and I don't think it's
Okay.
going to do any. It's not going to make any difference to read this. So thank
No
you.
worries.
But wait, Chickpea, where do you get the 666 from in the barcode thing?
It's on the internet. If you go do a bit of Googling, you find it. Well, you know,
You should know. If you're going to make that claim, you
Guys,
should be able.
keep it out in the comments as well, because there's people making comments about what you're saying as well. So
To be fair, if I Google flying cats, I will get pictures of winged cats.
Right. So let's be like, can we? That's why I want to like get a little more specific about what Chickpea is referencing.
so what do you think the barcode is then?
Well, but I'm just wondering if you can tell me where the 666 thing comes from in the barcode. Like you're making this connection. Where does the connection happen? Where do you get the 6?
It's the 3 thick lines in all barcode numbers. The 3 holding bars are 6s, and they are. There's 3.
I don't know what that means. Can you explain that in more detail?
Well, I don't know. If you haven't done binary, you wouldn't understand. If you haven't done binary at school,
Some of us do, and we don't know what you mean.
oh, for heaven's sakes, if you've done binary, you will know that 2 black lines means 2 thick black lines is a 6. Anyway,
And what's the comparative width of those lines compared to the other lines? How do I designate that it is a thick line?
because other numbers like a 2 are 2 thick black lines, or a 5 is 1 and 1 thick black line. If you've done binary, you will know that the numbers, there's a little thick, you have these little squares and you blot it all down, you put it in, add it all up, and that's how you do binary. It's 1
Okay,
nil,
well,
1
I'm
nil,
reading
1
this, and on Wikipedia it talks about barcode symbology, and it's talking about interleaving. Some symbologies use interleaving. The first character is encoded using black bars of varying width. The second character is encoded by varying the width of the white spaces between the bars. Thus, characters are coded in pairs over the same section of the barcode. Interleave 2 and 5 is an example of this. So this would seem to defeat what you said.
Yeah, so it says a barcode has no inherent relation to the number 666. The idea is a conspiracy theory with a visual similarity between the barcode's guard bars and the number 6 being the main source of this misconception. The actual numbers encoded in barcode represent product information, not any mystical meaning. No 66 in the code. Numerical data encoded in the barcode does not include the number 666. When I looked up what a 6 is in binary, it said 110. I don't know what that necessarily means, but I haven't been.
there's
I'm
some
trying
advice
to find.
in the comments on screen.
Yeah, the 110 is
That's
the
the
first
likelihood
one
it's
is 4, the second one is 2, and then the 0 is just 0. So then they're just adding it.
You haven't done binary at school, obviously.
Well, we understand it better than you do, so clearly we have, and you
I'm
have
not
not.
argue about it because
could I point out a real world example that I think everyone here has run across? You go to a store and there's damage to the package and the barcode won't read. And you raise your hand and you say, "Oh, cashier person, please help me." And they come over and they enter the number under the barcode.
Yes.
Now, do all those numbers contain 666? Go look. Go look at your loaf of bread.
No, they are holding bars. They do not take part in the numbers, the short bars. They are holding bars. One means country, one means district, and one means something. I don't know what they all mean, but the 666.
So every country is designated by a 6. Every area within the country is designated by a 6.
Holding bars. They do not show up on the computer. They are holding bars.
Ma'am, you just said they designate country, like the first 6 would be a country, right? Is that what you said?
Right. When you do
How
your
do I
shopping,
differentiate between all the different countries if they're all labeled with a singular
look,
six?
this is all computerized. I can assure you, when you go and do your shopping, okay, the sixes do not get scanned by the computer. They
That's
don't.
fine. I'm willing to grant that.
But
I'm
the
willing to
long
grant that.
bars, I don't know about that. All I know is that they
How
hold
many countries are
something.
there?
Oh, I don't know.
Is there more than 10?
Right. I was asking. What I was asking was, are you going to get yourself barcoded? Yes or no? I know. All right.
Oh, we
So
don't even know what you mean by that.
well, what
And
do
you haven't actually shown us exactly how. Can you just give us like a little presentation about how the barcode converts into the 666 or vice versa?
It just doesn't.
Yeah,
You just said you know. You just said you knew. You said you studied binary and you know all about
It's
it.
just a little maths subject you learn at school. It's just a little tiny.
We're looking it up on Google. There should be a whole explanation of it. Why is it not there? Is Google in the conspiracy? Is that what's going on? Or
Why don't you just Google? I can assure you, those holding bars are not picked up by the computer when you do your shopping. Okay, they are
because they're
holding bars.
reference. Yeah, because they're reference points. They're just to calibrate how far away from the label your scanner is. But they're not sixes because, as we already saw, it would be a 4, a 2, and a 0, and this isn't because they're two slender lines.
In six, it says ask Google binary 666, and it says the binary representation of the number 666 is 10100111010. I don't really know. I don't really know what that means in terms of like connecting it to the barcode.
Get a product
Well,
there.
I don't know much about this, but I know you just said more than 3 numbers. I know that.
Yeah.
Might I suggest, okay, you look at something with a barcode on it. Above it, you'll see an ISBN number. The ISBN number is a number that gets scanned when you shop something. And if you look underneath the barcode, that is a number repeated. The sixes are not numbered. Just look at it when you look at it.
So
it doesn't matter. I was talking about the fact, are you going to get self barcode? Oh, chipped, sorry, or Mark of the Beast did.
Chickpea, what you just did there is the same as me saying there's a Russian spy station on the opposite side of the moon. But we never see it because the moon is... because the moon always faces the same way toward the Earth, right?
Yes, I know.
Don't worry. Russell's teacup is monitoring it for us from the...
Good. I'm glad the teacup has monitoring abilities. But do you see what, Chickpea, why that's logically fallacious? If I say here's this thing that no one can read and no one reads it, then I claim that there's this thing that can read it, and it reads this certain way, this certain thing, as you just claimed about the sixes in every barcode. But there's no way for me to read it, and there's no record of it being read that way. And there's no amount of research I can do other than conspiracy theories that say this thing is true. Then I'm at a loss. I have no way to prove it or disprove it.
Well, I'm just saying, but I can assure you the long numbers on the barcode are sixes. The long numbers that don't.
You personally assure me of that, but they're not.
All right, fine. I suggest you some Google because I learned it all online.
I see. Again, I can find dragons online.
Dragons? Yes, I know there's dragons in Revelation. A dragon.
No. I mean an actual dragon, flying teeth, scaly skin. Dragon.
I can find Trump riding Godzilla.
There you go. Godzilla is real.
Yep.
Because I can find it online.
So are you going to get yourself marked on your hand?
We've all already said no.
Have you? Oh, sorry. You shout so much I didn't hear you even. Right, that's all I want to know. So you're all going to starve then? Are you all going to starve? Hello?
Okay, so So you don't believe in the heaven of the Bible, that's fine.
No.
Does the Bible
No.
say that the heavens will be in the sky during this same time frame, giving a person a different option than taking the mark or
Yes,
starving to death?
That's why I
I'll
wanted to.
answer a
That's why I
question.
wanted this conversation, because I do not believe in the God of this world. I've got no belief in him at all.
Oh,
And then I read this story in the book that is supposed to be given to us by this God of this world, and I'm reading this strange
no, not the
story.
God of this
and I
world.
see this. What?
It's not the
What?
God of this world. You're saying the Bible is written by Satan?
The Bible
Satan-
calls
I'm not-
Satan the God of this world, ma'am.
Does it really? I thought it was Jehovah.
No.
No, that's the God of heaven.
So, Chickpea, you said you're a Gnostic, right?
Well, haven't been ordained or anything.
Yeah, but are you? Do you read the Nag
No, I
Hammadi?
haven't. I'm very new to all this.
Oh,
Until
okay.
very, very recently, I was just ordinary believer. But I have
Well,
decided.
I would recommend reading more scientific sources, more science books and stuff, rather than this stuff.
Internet
I
barcode.
just want to know what other people's thoughts were on
No,
the mark of the beast.
but I want to answer a question, Chickpea, about am I going to starve? No, I'll eat those 15,000 starving babies.
Well, you think that's all right, do you?
I'm joking. but
I think
waste
if
not
I
want.
was God, I tell you something. If I was God in charge of this earth, I would not allow it, and I would not allow the humans to bring 84 billion animals into creation every year, so they can be fattified and slaughtered, so that humans can gorge on their flesh. I would not allow it.
Well, I mean, if you were, yeah, like I agree that that's bad, but like God's not necessarily. If there is a God, they're not necessarily like bound by morality or anything. They're not necessarily our idea of good or anything. You know, they're
In my mind, it's evil. Evil, it's sickening.
Gnostics know that. Gnostics actually think like Demiurge is evil. You know.
Yes, I think it's an evil shit. That's
What
think.
is your
And
caddy?
you know what gets me too about the whole thing with Cain and Abel? That God wasn't happy with the vegetable offering. He wasn't happy, because if that would be me, I would have offered vegetables.
Chickpea, what does your cat eat?
What?
What
Yeah, I know my cats eat fish. Okay, I can't
Wait,
help
why
it.
Why do you feed your cats fish?
Because if I had to kill a fish to feed my cats, I could do it. If I had to kill a fish to feed a kitten, I could do it.
Well, wait a minute, but you don't need to. You can feed them vegan cat food. There's vegan formulas.
No.
You're very wrong.
Well,
No. Cats need nutrition, and there's perfectly
Yes, I know.
formulated vegan cat foods that you can give your cat.
Well, I haven't seen any, not in the UK. I haven't seen it.
The UK has probably got more options than here. All you have to do is Google vegan cat food, and you can order it.
Yeah, well, I feed them. I didn't create this earth. I don't eat meat, but a cat is a carnivore.
That's a complete cop out. That's like, I'm not a murderer, but I'm not a murderer. I just pay a hitman. That's stupid. That makes no sense. That does not logic. That is not logically.
Yes, I know.
That is
I
creating
know.
a contradiction in your logic as a vegan. If you
Noodles,
believe that animals,
noodles. I think the word you're looking for is hypocrite.
Yes, I'm very aware of it.
He's a hypocrite.
Yes, I'm very
Obviously,
aware of it.
there's things that you can be that we're hypocrites about, which it's like a harder thing to avoid. This is a very easy thing. This is a complete. There's plenty of science now on feeding cats plant-based food as long as it's properly fortified with the right nutrition. So you have no real good excuse, Chickpea, to not feed your cats vegan.
Well, I haven't come across any, but I know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying.
I don't know what I'm saying, or you would have been doing it. And what do you mean you haven't come across any? We have the internet. You can literally just get anything shipped to your door. You
Yeah,
can
you're right.
feed your cats vegan food, and you should.
Oh,
You should not. You should not be killing thousands and thousands of animals to feed one animal. That's complete.
Oh.
That's totally illogical.
well, that's why I'm here to ask all these questions to find out. I know what you're saying. I have terrible problems with it. I know exactly what
Change. You can change. I just
So,
helped you
so
there.
Chickpea, today you found out that there is such thing as apparently nutritionally sufficient vegetarian diet for cats. You just found that out today, which is
Yeah,
great
well,
because from this moment forward, you're going to go and look for it. You're going to find it. You're going to buy that instead so that you can be consistent, right?
I will look for.
Quit
but
murdering
then,
all
see,
these little pigs.
I also feed the local sparrows suet balls. You know, it's
You feed them sparrows,
yeah, of course I feed
but
sparrows.
you hate people who don't feed pigeons, and you're going to turn around and feed sparrows to
You
cats.
what people? I feed pigeons too.
You feed them.
Wait, what do you feed the sparrows?
Well, I feed suet balls because that's what sparrows like. It's good for them. In this
What is
cold
it? What
climate.
is it?
Suet balls? What's suet?
I don't know what suet is.
It's reconditioned lard.
Why do you
Yeah.
feed
It's
them that?
basically animal fat. It's basically animal fats
It's animal fat.
with like seeds and such in it for bird feed.
How long have you been vegan, Chick? How long have you been calling yourself a vegan, Chickpea?
Well, I've been a vegan since I was tiny. I'm a vegan, and all my clothes are non-animal. Everything's an animal, but yes, I feed the animals.
Well, that's not a vegan. That's not a vegan thing to do. Like, it's one thing if you're getting so. For example, if you go to a food bank and there's just like free stuff that's being donated, then that's not as that's sort of more in alignment with the vegan philosophy. But if you're buying new animal products to feed to other animals, that
Yes,
does
it's
not
a dilemma.
align.
It's the
That's well,
dilemma.
no. It's not a dilemma. It's just you don't. It's just something you don't need to do that, and you shouldn't be doing that if you're gonna claim to be a vegan.
Well, I have researched this whole thing with the vegetable food, and quite a lot of people say that it's not as nutritionally sound as fish.
Well, there's people out there that that say humans can't be vegan. Just because there's people on the internet, you got to read the actual scientific evidence that there is. And I understand if you're saying you haven't seen it, and I can certainly share it with you if you'd like. You can email me, veganequilibrium@gmail.com. But but yeah, you shouldn't be buying animal products to feed to other animals. It's completely illogical.
Yes, I know, but then I didn't create this world. I try and.
But that's just you can't. Okay, but that's not an excuse that you can't. I could just do something bad, and when someone tries to reprimand me, I could say, "Well, I didn't create this world." That's not. You can't just defend yourself actions with that.
Every criminal claims that.
Yeah, you can't just say that. You just talk. Well, if you want to figure out a better option or solution for what you're doing, just reach out to me, and I'll walk you through it.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, I gotta run, but it was good talking to all you.
You too, Noodles.
So, Noodles, how long have you been vegan for?
9 years.
All right. So, how old are you? Don't mind me asking.
35.
All right.
Yeah.
You don't happen to work for a law firm, do you?
Sorry. I've been like this as a little girl. My mother used to beat me up for it.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Yeah, she used to go bloody mad. Yeah.
Well, please email me. All right.
Mm-hmm. I will do.
I'm gonna put my email in the in the private chat.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Noodles, you don't work for a law firm, do you?
No,
What?
why do you keep asking that?
Because she has a fetish for lawyers.
What? I've got a fetish for lawyers. Yeah, I love
Well, I'm Jewish, so that's a start, right?
Really?
Oh, all right.
Oh, good. Oh, that's why
That's a
you're
step
so
in the
clever.
right direction. Yeah.
That's why you're so clever, because Jewish people are the most clever people on the planet, I've always found. You are.
Next to
Stop it!
Asians.
Stop it! You're turning him on.
Yeah.
I do have a fetish for matures. So
Ooh.
could be a match
Have,
made in
have
heaven.
either of you heard of the movie Harold and Maude?
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite flicks.
All right. No, I don't watch mainstream stuff at all. Literally.
Noodles,
I
you
looked
have
at
someone who is deriding all your advice in the comments. I wish they'd come on and do it in person. The seat is there. Do be welcome to come on here.
well, I mean, that's just because they're just gonna like, stay anonymous or whatever, and obviously they're not gonna provide any evidence for their claims, and all the fucking.
Actually, Halcyonic Kaiju is I would say at least in the running for the second most logical female I've met in my life. She is more than willing to bring. She's more than willing to come up on panels when she has time and opportunity, and make her case. And if she does, she'll do a good job of it.
Well, I see an admin symbol next to her. Is this Savina?
No,
No.
someone different.
Wait, if that's what animal guys only eat, that's the thing to just buy. Wait, okay, hold on. Let me look at these comments. Put cats in dangers. No. Okay. Please provide evidence for what you're claiming. I can, if you want. I mean, I'm on my phone, but I can switch to my computer. I can pull up. I'll just pull up all the vegan cat studies.
I have a feeling by things that other people are putting in the comments that those vegan cat foods are going to be at least somewhat animal based.
No, not at all. They're just they're fortified with taurine.
With what?
Taurine.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's funny. Even if you put vegan cat studies into Google, for AI just pops up that the studies show that cats on a vegan diet tend to be healthier, actually.
Okay.
Which is true, according to the preponderance of evidence.
Right. I will look into it.
So what does it use for its base? Tofu, yeast, what?
I have not dug into that yet because I don't have a cat. Hold on.
Why don't you have a cat?
I have a hard enough time taking care of myself.
All right.
I understand.
But what's life without cats?
Oh well, no. A lot of my friends have cats, so I get to enjoy cuddling and being around them without having to be the sole.
Can we go back? Can we go back, Noodles?
Hold on, I'm just
for a moment. I wanted to get Demolished Doctrine's advice on toxic relationships, because this man seems to have a lot of wisdom and he's very well able to argue his case. What would you say are the red flags for a toxic person, Demolished Doctrine, and are they to be avoided? Can they change? Would you like to give a little, monologue?
Wait a minute. I understand you're trying to do this, but the thing is this: how Theonic is just spewing nonsense that means nothing.
She's a cat lover, so she's probably done some research, but she might
she hasn't. She's here. I'm gonna put this in the chat.
She's welcome to come on here, Noodle. She's welcome to come on here. Just share a link with her in the chat.
Required meat protein. First of all protein is just made up of amino acids. So there's no this whole ridiculous thing about it being protein that you're deriving from animal flesh versus plants is stupid. Okay, name the nutrient, name what it is exactly from that food that cats need, or what it is in the vegan cat food that is harmful to the cat. Like,
all right, guys. I prefer we let her on here to talk. Otherwise, it's just unfortunately a very problematic situation where, it's all one way. But I have a tendency to agree with Noodles that there is pet food available if you are a vegan, and you can buy it. So, but if that's your value system, then you can buy vegan pet food. I don't know what your problem is. And apparently it's fine. I mean, there's lots of studies out there. The studies
Yeah.
that are saying it's not fine, I would say, are probably from the meat industry. But I just want to go on to Demolish Doctrine here and talk
Sorry,
about toxic
I'm out
relationships.
of here then. All right, so long.
Sorry, brother.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
All right,
Goodbye.
take care.
Yeah, you
Take
said
care,
that
Noodles.
before.
Okay. Hopefully, Halcyonic will come on here. That's what the show's for. Demolish
Halcyonic is a
Doctrine.
lovely person. I'm sure you'll love her.
Right.
Yeah. First, strength and honor. Warrior. Yeah, strength and honor to you. Okay, so being the situation that we're in, and humans what they are, and our beliefs and our lack of knowledge, no one can be trusted. No one at all. Everyone has to be taken with a grain of salt, and should. I think I always try to give a person the benefit of the doubt, but that's always with a little bit of salt over the shoulder, and I'm
Demolish
willing to
Doctrine. Did
change
you
my
used to come on
position
the
on.
show? Demolish Doctrine. Did you used to come on the show as an anti-natalist? Is that right? Back in the day.
Oh, I'm still an anti-natalist.
Yeah. No, I remember your voice. But
Yes,
I'll
sir.
be honest with you. This time, I don't. This isn't like an insult. This time you came on with a bit more verbose vitality. You were really going for it. Last time you seemed more chilled out. I don't know why that was. But this time you're all guns blazing. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying there has been a noted change in your effect. But I don't know why that is. But
It has everything to do with what people are saying and how much sense or nonsense there is in what they're saying.
Well, that's fair enough. Okay, Demolish Doctrine, back as you were. I'm very sorry for interrupting you, but I just wanted to establish that I knew you already and I remembered you. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sir, and thank you. It's quite a compliment that someone should remember that any of us remember any of us. That's lovely, and thank you for that. Okay, so personally, I have been what you could casually say is a monk for more than a decade. That is to say, I don't attach myself to people. They can't be trusted on average. They're self-centered on average. Truth is not most people's highest priority, nor is being honorable in whatever given situation. So, I mean, I'll give people the benefit of the doubt, but I'm always willing to correct based on what they say and do.
Okay, and so basically, would you say that this has been a strategy formulated by your experience? Is it fair to say you were like most people, you went into relationships with an open mind in the past, but you were burnt by your experiences, and now you've developed this strategy that you view as a smart way of acting, whereby you avoid and disengage as quick as possible when the red flags appear?
Well, I think your intuition is well founded because I was married to a whore for 17 years. But that's not why, because I said I was married to a whore for 17 years. And that
when you say
confirms
a
your
whore,
intuition.
do you mean she was not faithful?
Prostitutes get paid. She was a whore.
So sexually
okay.
promiscuous.
Yeah. Okay.
She was a whore before I met her. She was a whore when I left her.
But is that what attracted you initially? Was that I'm sorry to say this, brother, but we've all been in that boat when we're attracted to a woman who is a bit easy. Let's just say easy access.
Sure.
I mean,
No, that was definitely part of it, and that she was, when I met her, she was 26 and I was 17. So,
Yep.
Oh wow,
Experienced woman.
that's a little bit weird in my view. Sorry to say that, but
Well, from my perspective,
it's good for the 17-year-old because he's getting his end away.
right?
You know what I mean, and he's enjoying himself. But it's a bit weird for a 26-year-old woman to want to be with a 17 long term.
That's
a
one
bit
of those
weird.
red flags we spoke of. Yeah.
That is a red flag. But you as a 17-year-old knew no better, so that's fucking
Yes.
weird, man. In fact,
Which is-
I view that as immoral, man, because
Me too.
you're still like yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't know what the age of consent here is 16, but it's still wrong, you know.
Yeah.
That age gap, that level of maturity difference. Women mature faster than men as well, so that's even more of a problem. So
She was
yeah, sorry
definitely
to hear that.
taking advantage of my zeal and her ability to suck start a Harley. So yeah, she was taking advantage of that for a paycheck. Now, in her defense, she
Right.
was an agoraphobe. That is to say, she literally could not go out in public without a support system of people, etc. And she had severe social anxieties.
Okay, so yeah, what you mean. So maybe her own self-development was stunted by her psychological problems. So
It's
maybe she
entirely
was
possible. Yeah.
maybe she was emotionally like a 17, 18-year-old, but you know, obviously her biological age or her actual age was 27. But still, it's a strange one. So how long did you stay with this woman for?
17 years.
And she presented a huge problem to you, and it's something that has marked your life.
Only that she was unable to respect men. That was most troublesome to me.
Why do you say that? Why was she unable to? Why do you think she was unable to? What was the evidence of that? Was it her sleeping
there
around?
was a specific event. No.
Yeah,
I mean,
what I was going to say is men were sleeping with her as well, so it goes both ways, right?
well, yes, men are always whores, in my opinion. That's to be expected. No, I was active military, regular army. I was airborne, air assault, helocast. I mean, I had a 293 out of a possible 300 PT score. I was in many ways in the top of my field for my age. And I came home one day and said, you know, a lot of guys are buying motorcycles. I think I'd like to try, you know, riding a motorcycle. Involuntarily, she burst out laughing and said, "You're not the kind of guy that rides a motorcycle."
Right.
So she just had no respect for me. And I don't know, maybe like, well, what does that comment even mean?
Yeah, I
You're
mean, she
not the
obviously
kind of
had a
guy that
kind
can
of
ride a motorcycle.
she obviously had a kind of archetype of a man who's on a motorcycle, maybe a Hell's Angel or something, some kind of outlawish rogue,
Possibly.
maybe. And you didn't present that kind of demeanor to her, perhaps. Maybe you were too, I don't know, maybe you were too towing the party line, shall we say. You weren't a rogue in some form.
Well,
I
it
don't
depends
know.
on who you would ask. I mean, she was my wife, and I tried to be nice to her. You know, but that was not the case in all situations, always, and with everyone in my life. Although she never saw that, you know.
Right.
But it became obvious to me at the moment that she felt I was the kind of person who was some kind of a pushover or couldn't defend her or whatever. And this was the third year of marriage. So I really stayed married 14 years too long.
Only you can contemplate what she meant, because I have no idea.
Right.
It could be anything. You know, it could be, you don't even know what she could have had a bad. You know, some people view motorcyclists as kind of psychopaths. You know that, don't you? They view them as kind of people more prone to like dart in and out of traffic, to be reckless, to break the speed limit. I mean, they might have a negative view of people on motorbikes, and therefore it might have been a kind of positive. She's saying like, yeah, you're not a reckless psychopath.
Well, that's the funny thing is I was that person, getting into unnecessary fights, driving entirely too fast, endangering others, not caring, free climbing cliffs. You know, I was that guy. That's the funny part to me.
Okay, brother. Well, listen. The red flags. What are they? Do you think? What do you think the red flags are, so that you can help people come to some more immediate kind of assessment of the person that they meet? In terms of toxicity, what do you think are the red flags that are going to show this person will most probably be toxic to me? I need to be wary of them.
This is all
Indeed,
opinion based, but I think willingness to lie is a huge red flag.
Yeah,
I think if someone's willing to lie to you, they are also willing to steal from you. They are also showing they have no respect for you.
Yeah, that's a good one. Any others? That came up tonight a few times actually.
Did it? No, I would have had something prepared if I knew this was going to happen. So all of this is just kind of off the cuff, which means I wouldn't plant my flag and die on this hill. I'm just speaking to you, trying to speak freely to you.
Problem, bro. I mean, I do have a kind of a format that I've been doing this year where we have set topics each week, or at least a few times a month. There's like 4 shows that are set topics, and there's going to be a few others that we can kind of talk a bit more loosely. But when New came on here, he went all over the place, as is his prerogative. He could try that, and he did do it successfully tonight. But that hasn't been the way of this show up to now. And I'm going to try and be more rigid and keep it on point, because there is a lot to think about in the human condition, and there's a lot to learn from each other. That can be positive, even though we live in a hellscape reality where it's all going to shit and it's a crazy, crazy world. There's a lot to try and get to grips with, at least to try to get to grips with, because at least then you can say you tried, even if it was difficult and you failed. I mean, at least you can say you gave it a good effort. And I think that's important. I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
Every failure is a growth opportunity.
I mean, it sounds like some toxic kind of, what do you call it? Toxic positivist would say. But there is a truth in it as well, You can look at it. It's a matter of perspective, isn't it?
Yes.
So here's a question we didn't actually ask today, but I think considering the story you've just told there, Demolish, the question is, how can you rebuild your self-worth after breaking free from a toxic relationship? Now, this isn't something we dived into yet on the show, so now is a good time, I suppose, to talk about it. I tell you what, we'll go anti-clockwise this time. So we'll start with Demolish.
I think that very question had hidden in it a defeatist attitude, because for me personally, as soon as I realize that I've been manipulated, as soon as I realize I've been wrong, the problem is over. I don't hang any of my self-worth on this woman who thought so little of me that she thought I couldn't manage a motorcycle of any kind, which is odd. So I don't think there's anything to rebuild there unless you have mental issues anyway.
Right, yes. So are you telling me that when you walked away, when you walked away, you didn't feel disappointed, you didn't feel sad?
No, as soon as she said that, my brain went, she doesn't have respect for me. That explains a lot. I'm done with this marriage. And I was just ready to just walk out. Unfortunately, I had made promises to her and her children, things like, supporting them with food and a house and things like that. And I did that. I continued to do that until the children moved out of the house one at a time, 3 years apart. But
have you been thanked for that by the children?
That was because the promises I made. What's that?
Have the children, not that it matters because you're a man of honor apparently, and you do things for your own value system, but did the children thank you for your help afterwards? Have they stayed in touch? Have they thanked you?
One has, one did not.
Okay, not that it actually matters because you did it out of your own what you thought was right, but it is interesting to see whether they also have a good value system, because they should have been thankful for you. Because if you hadn't been in their life, what would have happened?
Well, they'd have stayed on welfare. They'd have still survived. Their social lives, having almost no transportation on a regular basis would have been severely curtailed, but they would have been okay, I suppose. The boy went into the military and did exceedingly well. The girl never realized how fucked up her mom's brain was, and just hates me. So there you have it.
Sorry to hear that. So,
that's life.
well, yeah, I mean, this doesn't have to be just about romantic relationships, though. I mean, what about colleagues, friendships? I mean, have you not had other toxic relationships in your life? Indeed, has there ever been times where you've been the toxic person? I mean, we all were talking today, and we said, yeah, sometimes we've been the toxic person, and you know,
I've definitely been a toxic friend or coworker. I've definitely been that, or casual person in society. I've definitely been toxic several times. I now see the error of that, but I didn't see the error of it at the time, thinking that only my core group or my direct circle of friends were of any import whatsoever. I treated nearly everyone else very badly.
Yeah, that came up in our conversation tonight. It's sometimes the toxicity of a person isn't just about how they treat you; it's about how they treat other people. So, if your friend or your partner, or your father or your mother or your sibling is nice to you, but treating everyone else like shit, and I mean utter shit, and then that should present a problem to you. Do you not think that that is the case? Yeah,
that is correct.
And I don't think enough people think about that. They're willing to get in bed with the devil as long as the devil is stroking their ego. You know? And I really don't know if enough people think about how their partner is to other people, you know? Because if they're bad, also, if they're bad to other people, it means that should circumstances change, they might be bad to you at some point, you know?
That's a very good point.
I think, anyway. So yeah, tonight was all about toxicity. One other thing we did talk about though was, you know, sometimes whether you like it or not, someone is in your life and they're toxic, but you kind of, because if you're intellectual enough, you understand them, but it's not their fault. So how do you handle those hot potatoes? How do you handle them? They're difficult people to have in your life, but for whatever reason, they're locked in. Maybe it's someone who had a personality change due to something, I don't know how or why, but maybe substance abuse, an accident, dementia, who knows? Maybe it's just a family member and you have that blood bond where you love them, but you also, as you've aged, you've seen like maybe a narcissist or whatever. Maybe it's just, I don't know, whatever the circumstances are, but you feel that you're beholden to someone, even though you know they're toxic. How would you recommend dealing with that, or telling people to deal with that if they feel that the love they have for the person overrides their intellectual understanding that that person is toxic for them and others?
I'm starting to feel like I've been quite selfish. I'd like to decline in order to allow the next person to speak.
We kind of spoke about this already, but if anybody else wants to talk about that, Hillary's emails, do you want to say something?
No, that's fine. Richard's doing a good job.
Says that he reckons the ability to identify red flags correlates with how aware you are of your own trauma bonds. Yeah, and that is something that I've been saying on these shows throughout the duration of them so far, this new format, and that is self-awareness. Self-awareness is an extremely important facet of your identity, of your experience on this earth. Being able to know what is right and wrong from your perspective, but also taking into consideration your effect on others. And the most important bit is not to be a hypocrite, not to do unto others that you wouldn't want to receive yourself in turn or in a different circumstance. It's very difficult being human, but definitely I don't think enough people give due contemplation to their own self-awareness or their effects on others and how this makes their life difficult, you know, and makes life around them difficult, you know. I genuinely don't think enough people give consideration to these things. Am I wrong? There's silence. Maybe I am wrong. Feel free to talk, guys. Nobody's saying anything. That's fair enough. Well, has anybody got anything to say? Because I think we've been going on a long time now, and I do need to hit the hay.
No, I was wondering about your background a little bit because you made a lot of really insightful comments. Um, did you learn about psychology and sociology through your profession or formal education or independent
Is this
study?
Hillary's emails speaking?
It is.
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't. Well, I did. I did some kind of business psychology, but that was a load of shit. That was only showing how to manipulate people, basically. I did some organizational behavior and shit like that, but that in terms of my formal education, no, it was all life experience and just. I think I learned a lot from mixing. I've always been someone who mixed with people, and unfortunately, I was. I suppose I was more naive than anything in my younger years, and that led me to have a lot of get myself into lots of experiences with lots of different people, bad and good, very bad and very good. And I'm lucky enough to be somewhat resilient to have been able to get through some of them. And it has given me, I'd say it has given me some wisdom, but it's not easy to carry some of the things I've learned because they're not very good things to know. As man
Right.
increases his knowledge, he increases his sorrow, and that's kind of the part of this channel. I believe reality is very grim, but it is that bad that there's nothing you can do about it other than pull your sleeves up and try and wade through the mire, fixing as much as you can, even if it might be futile at the end of the day. Because I really don't think there's much else we can do. Sorry if that's too bleak. But yeah, that's what I think at the moment.
And in his mouth the scroll was sweet as honey, and in his stomach it was bitter.
Wow, that's is that from the Bible as well?
Yes.
Yes.
And what
again,
you just said, in my opinion, and what you just said.
Yeah. I hope it's not a case of pearls before swine, though. Demolish. I say that in jest. I'm only joking. But yeah. So right, guys. I think we'll leave it there. We'll go around the houses. If Seb is still there, I haven't heard from Seb in a while. Seb, is there anything you'd like to say about toxicity in relationships before we close the show? Seb has taken a vow of silence. I mean, I think sometimes that's the most appropriate thing to do. Sometimes I wish I could do that. So congratulations on achieving a transcendence that I have yet to achieve. We'll go on to Chickpea. Chickpea, have you got anything to say in closing about toxicity in relationships?
Well, just my mother was the most toxic person I ever met. My own mother.
Is that
her husband?
Sorry to hear that. Is that all you'd like to say?
Well, yeah, I had used the therapy and that cured it.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. All right. So Hillary's emails. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for this jaunt through what has often been a difficult conversation, but at least we tried. Hillary's emails. Would you like to say anything about toxicity in relationships before we close the curtains?
No, I think we covered everything well. I really enjoyed myself. And if anybody wants, I have panel discussions on my channel also about all different subjects. So if you ever get bored, you can, sub and get notifications. And then if you're interested in the subject, jump on. But thank you.
Lovely stuff. Okay, thank you, Hillary's emails. I'll check that out. And we have, last but not least, Demolish Doctrine, whose name was very fucking apt tonight, by the way. So, Demolish, what's the story then? What would you like to say about toxicity in relationships, whether they're romantic, friendship, or familial, or business, or working?
I'd like to change the question to something I like better and reply with the following. Be metered, but be brave in love for each other.
be metered, but be brave, in love or with each other.
Yes, sir.
Very well said. Although it seems like a very concise statement, it speaks volumes, and I do thank you very much for that. Well, that's it then, guys. I mean, that's it. We'll have another show probably Friday, maybe, or over the weekend, and the next one I believe might be about grief. Okay, I don't know if any of you have ever experienced grief, but we'll kind of try and get into that. Although it's not a very it's quite an unsavory topic. It is a part of the human condition. We do grieve people, things, even our past or our dreams that maybe didn't come true. So it is something worth listening to, and perhaps you'll learn something. Other than that, we'll be going forward in the months ahead, in the weeks ahead, talking about all manner of things. So make sure you're subscribed, and obviously make sure you come on and have your say, because it's great to hear your views. And hopefully, just hopefully, we might all learn
Ooh,
something
I want to
worthwhile.
answer basically God Almighty. I want to answer. Can I?
Yeah,
I
of
know you're
course.
trying to shut it down. I don't want to be rude, but there's a direct question.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. That's the one. The Bible consistently, against Christian understanding and them not knowing Hebrew idioms, uses the word naked to describe innocence and ignorance. So that's what naked means. A boy is naturally naked. That is, he's not fully grown. He doesn't know what the world is really about. And of course, Jesus being male, the representation of the naked boy directly following his prayer that this cup pass from him is within that culture and in those idioms almost necessary to write, because it's speaking of Jesus's. Oh my gosh, you just wrote it. The naked boy was Jesus' innocent fleeing away. Carl Jung wrote that. I didn't know that. Carl Jung was right.
Well, there you go. I hope that proves informative. Basically, God Almighty. But considering you are basically God Almighty, maybe you have the answer. But we'll hear about it another time, because I have to go now. So everybody, thank you so much, and I do wish you well tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Rest well. Have a good day if you're waking up and doing things. Good afternoon or whatever time it is, wherever you are. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, there you go.